Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of all ages, welcome, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. It is TGDC Global Drift Challenge, round 3, top 32 time. We are here, it is the big show, we are ready to go. You join me, I am on top of an active volcano in New Zealand using the powers of the internet to communicate with you across the vast reaches of space and time, and in the meanwhile we have our drivers all around the world. This is a truly global competition and we are a proud host of it on behalf of Virtual Drift Championship as their official feeder series for 2021. It is a real pleasure to be here with you this morning, or wherever it is in your time zone, and to be ready to send some cars out onto one of the most technical tracks that we have had on the calendar so far this year. Our average scoring system yesterday causing massive problems for some of our drivers. They really struggled to get everything to work for them, and this is the result. This is what is happening today. We are going to be having one hell of a top 32. On which note, let me, before we go any further, show you the track that we are on. This is our track this week. We are at Sekia Hills, the legendary Sekia Hills in Japan. This is one of drifting's greatest tracks over the course of the last 20 years, and it is one of the greatest losses to the community, as Sekia Hills is now a wonderful solar farm in Japan, supplying the local prefecture with all of their power. However, the spirit of Sekia Hills lives on in this version of it that we are using with this custom layout that we've created for this competition. Thank you to the guys who are just joining in. I see you, Wesley Gomes, thank you for the subscription. Yola Kai, thank you for the like. Welcome along, welcome along, welcome along. Welcome everybody, welcome one and all. This is what it's all about. So this is the layout at Sekia Hills. You can see our drivers start in what is the bottom left-hand side of your screen, and they will come firing along that initiation start at the highest point of the track before flicking hard midline. No more than 2 changes of direction for the lead cars. They've got to do 1 rotation right and then 1 rotation left onto clip 1, which is the clip at the bottom of your screens. From clip 1, they carry on fast, aggressive angle downhill out to clip 2, which, if you don't know Sekia Hills, is right on the outside edge of a massive sand pit. If our drivers get it wrong coming through clip number 2, they will be off to the beach to make sandcastles, have an ice cream and sit there miserable with their loss. They must get through clip 2 without dropping wheels, because 1 wheel over the edge there massively slows the car down. They will beach their cars if they drop a wheel over the edge at clip 2. There is a small decel zone, the first of our 3 decel zones, just after clip 2, so the drivers can slow up the cars mainly with just angle, not really wanting them to run onto the throttle, onto the brake, but mainly with just angle to make sure they don't run too deep out onto that outside line. The judges don't want to see an outside line between clips 2 and 3. They want to see a mid to outside line, not all the way around the outside edge. From 2 to 3, you also don't want to see the drivers coming right up onto that inside line, because that blocks off the chase car. So clip 2 on the right hand side of your screen then takes us through to clip 3, which is the clip at the top of your screens, ironically at the highest point of your screens and the lowest point of the track. From there, they will start a constant climb back up towards the finish with a rotation over the jump section to clip 4, which is the inside clip in the middle there, before running that wall, that orange wall you can see on your screens, all the way through clip 5, accelerating, shallowing out, flicking hard across over onto the other side of the track into clip 6. Now you can see there's a big decel zone after clip 6, and it is really important that our drivers remember that that clip is not the decel zone itself. We want them to force their cars hard, fast, aggressive through clip 6, then into the decel zone, angling up, washing that car wide and deep to the outside edge before jumping back on that throttle, diving in to the second to last inside clip at 7 there on the left hand side of your screens, then transitioning hard back across to another small checkup that then brings them into clip 8 on the inside middle section there before crossing the finish, and they will have a real roller coaster. This track is a fantastic test of their skills. It takes them from this incredible high point at the start all the way down that fast descending left-hander, and then working their way back up through the middle section. It is a phenomenal track, and yesterday it tested our 96 drivers to their limit. This was the outcome coming up onto your screens now. This is how the top 32 finished up. Our number one qualifier, the only driver to score two 90-plus point runs, was Austin Zalewski, getting that 91. Now, the reason that's important, you have to understand, Tsujigiri Collective, for our Global Drift Challenge, we do things slightly differently, and we take an average score between both of their qualifying runs. So our drivers have got to put down two good runs to get on to the battles. And this is how it shaped up. Austin Zalewski, the only driver to manage those two 90-plus point runs, getting him that 91 average. Alexander Jaegaard in second got an 86.9. He did get a 90-point score, as did Connor Christensen behind him, but they were the only other two. Everyone else dragged themselves up by their bootstraps using just the high 80s. Mustafa Amini was right at the top there, then dropped down into fourth with those guys later on in the pecking order. Lucas Vashik, thank you for the follow. Dijon Reeves was one of the other drivers that came in really late. Brandon Gardner and Dijon Reeves came on late in the session, and William Holloway as well, getting into 6th, 7th, and then 8th for Mark Pretty from Australia. So Matei managed to squeak into 9th position. Daryl Diaz, our current points leader, winner of rounds 1 and 2, highest qualifier last time out at round 2. Margie Watts, thank you for the like. He managed to get himself from a low score, a 60-something point score, got himself a high 80s to drag himself up into 10th position, and he will be desperate to secure his position in the championship standings going forwards. Brandon Patrick managed to get into 11th position, Sean O'Doe in 12th, Ronnie Blakesley in 13th, Cormac Gard 14th, Warren Greener in 15th, and Formula Drift's Christopher Lykup in 16th position. On the other side of that top 32, we see Johan Garcia qualifying. He was thrilled to qualify yesterday. Talking to him afterwards, he was extremely excited. We could see it on the Discord just how much it meant to him, getting into 17th position, and he will be battling Christopher Lykup. So that is a man on a mission. Johan Garcia is desperate to get his VDC license. He is taking on Formula Drift driver Christopher Lykup. Now, if that doesn't tell you the caliber of what we're dealing with here, then I do not know what will. Adam Lake managed 18th, Darren Baker in 19th, Guillermo Cabrera in 20th, Ernestus Jacoblis in 21st, Jakob Kadavi 22nd, Tyler Leach 23rd, Brandon Beck 24th, Olaf Eriksson managed to qualify. He was thrilled with that as well in 25th, as was Josh Oxley, who genuinely thought he hadn't done enough with that 72-point score to get into 26th. Robert Kwiatkowski in 27th, Joachim Haig in 28th, Paavo Nurmi from Finland in 29th, Dimitri Mitin into 30th, Logan Daniels in 31st, and the only female driver in the competition, Hayley King, securing her first top 32 with us at TGDC Pro in 32nd position with a 69.9. Now, sadly for her, that means she will be facing off against Austin Zalewski, and if you want to see the quality of what that looked like yesterday, this was Austin Zalewski's qualifying run. Hopefully it'll work for us. It might not. No, the system has decided that it does not wish to play the game. Never mind, we won't be seeing Austin Zalewski's run, but I will try and get that for you later on. I can tell you it was absolutely fabulous. In the meantime, let us look at this. We are going to have a look at what is our battle rules. This is how things shape up for our battles. We have all of our drivers confined to this set of regulations. They must compete in elimination head-to-head battles. Each battle consists of 2 runs. Each driver will lead and chase once per battle. The judges choose a winner based on the combination of both runs, or they can opt to have the battle again. So if you are unfamiliar with the way that drifting competitions run, that's how it's done. These drivers have to battle their way past each other, each of them doing a lead, each of them doing a chase. The person who qualified higher leads first, and that is what they are obliged to do. What we want to see from these guys, as you can just see me loading in our lovely little judges wagon, this classic Fiat 500 that we use for judging. What I will do is I will just zoom out and up so you guys can see the scale of Sekia Hills here in the background and just how much of a roller coaster it is as we start at the top left hand side of your screens and work our way down in the background there. What do we want from our guys? Well, it looks like this. It is very, very simple. The lead car must put on the most credible version of the qualifying run that they are able to do, and you saw the qualifying run what the requirements were when I showed you that qualifying map earlier. With the decel zones and the clipping points, they must run as close as possible to a perfect line as per the briefing and the track map. They must ensure that the run is easy to chase. So with that in mind, brake checking, slowing up before the initiation point, anything that causes that lead driver to be making a forced error from the chase driver, that is considered a massive mark against the lead driver. They must conform to that throttle map, so if it's not a decel zone, we want them on throttle, fighting their way through that section as fast and hard as possible. What does that mean that we want from the chase driver? Well, that looks like this. The chase driver must initiate no later than the final countdown cone, or in this instance, no later than the start of clip 1. They must maintain the closest possible proximity to the lead car without compromising their line, and then they must match or better the lead car's angles. And when we say without compromising their line, we mean they must not compromise the line of the lead car. So the priority here for Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge is proximity first, angle second, line third for the chase driver. They want to be on the door, matching angle, and then on as near as possible to that perfect line as they can be. So that's what we're looking for. Let's take you on a quick map flying lap round of the track here as we show you things. We're seeing the guys drop down into that outside zone. Let's move down here. This, as we hover our way on this drone cam over Sekia Hills, you can see these guys going on a fast run. That is Christopher Lykup, I think, in the background. No, sorry, different driver in the background. You can see how much this track drops away downhill, coming fast in. That's clip 2 there. As they slow down into clip 3, using the angle to try and check them up. Then that's the transition into 4 in the middle section there, bringing them out to this big, long wall run, skimming round. This transition, this is the big transition, brings you into clip 6, which is there before that big outside zone. That's what we want them to fill, hanging on to that outside edge before tucking in to clip 7, and then through this last transition out to that wall before dropping down and away across clip 8 over the finish line, and then back round to the start here. That's how things look on the track itself. Our drivers are ready. They are doing their final bit of practice and they are almost ready to go. We are going to send you guys to a very short advert break whilst we get the last couple of things wrangled up, and then we'll be straight into it with the top 32. And how that's going to look is like this. This is your top 32 driver selection. This is how they face off. Austin Zalewski, your number 1 qualifier, will take on Haley King. Christopher Lykup, Formula Drift's Christopher Lykup, will take on Johan Garcia. Mark Pretty versus Olof Eriksson. And then Serban Matei, who competed in Drift Masters Virtual Championship last year, managed to make it to the podium in round 2, I think it was, will take on Brandon Beck. They will be your first 8 drivers. They will be staying on the server now to start their battles. Then we will have Mustafa Amini versus Parvo Nurmi, Ronnie Blakesley versus Guillermo Cabrera, Brandon Gardner versus Joachim Haig, Sean O'Doux versus Ernestus Jacoblis. And on the other side of the bracket, Alexander Yegard, your number 2 qualifier, who very almost held on to number 1 spot right to the end, will take on Logan Daniels, Warren Greener versus Adam Lake, William Holloway versus Josh Oxley, who I know is just thrilled to be in the top 32, even if he's going to feel the pressure of William Holloway there. Number 1 points leader, Daryl Diaz, with his fingertips gently closing around that title as well as that VDC license, will take on Tyler Leach in the last part of that section of the bracket. And then Connor Christensen versus Dimitri Mitin, Cormac Gard versus Darren Breaker, Dijon Reeves versus Robert Kaczynski, and Brandon Patrick versus Jakob Kadavi, the last battle of your top 32. That is how this all looks. D'Antonio Williams, thank you for the like. Tony Ellis, thank you for the like. Bruno Batista, thank you very much for the subscription. We are going to send you guys to a very short ad break while we get our first drivers to the line. We will be back very shortly, and we cannot wait to send these cars around this track. This is go time, round 3, Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Pro at Sekia Hills. We'll be right back.
Look, yeah, Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now, I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa. Look. I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me. I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy. And I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week. Never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open. That 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock. This the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk. I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go. Don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback. You falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down. I be moving up, I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life. Had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime. Had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time. What a time. Last year I was on mine. This year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones. New year, I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice. And I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that slight delay. We are back. We found a small issue with our server, which we have now fixed. The drivers are loading back in. We are ready to go. This is round 3. We have had the driver briefing. We have got you guys on. We got people supporting Vape Nation and various other things in the chat. It's great to have everyone here. Our drivers are just loading back into the restarted server. It means the conditions have reset. We are on a cold, warm but cold, that's not a good sentence, a cold track, early morning at Sekia Hills now. As we move through the competition, those conditions will change. The sun will come more onto the track. This is how much we're trying to keep everything overlapping with real life. So we've got all of the real life track conditions. The track will rubber in, the track will weather in, and over the course of the session, these guys will get faster and faster and faster. The whole point of everything we're doing here is to try and keep the overlap between real driving and sim driving as much as possible. Let's go down to the track and have a look at things here. We're coming up on the top 32 now. This is the situation at Sekia Hills right now, and your number 1 qualifier, Austin Zalewski, going for a practice run just before his very first battle with the server having reset. You can see the sun already coming on to clip 2 there. This is the man who topped qualifying, and he is doing a fantastic job of showing you how he did it in his last practice run before his battle with Haley King. This is the man who got double 90s, the only man yesterday to get double 90s, and look how well he's got that car set up. It just flows beautifully from one corner to the other. Everything absolutely hooked up. up and across that line. And he is your number one qualifier. He is going back to compete against Hayley King, currently on track Hayley King, who is also in that 2JZ RPS 13, the Stefan Stefanov replica car. You can see her here chasing someone, I'm not quite sure who it is, as they come round through that final section. She is going to be fired up and really excited to be competing in her first top 32 with TGDC, and we are so excited to have her here and everyone else here. It is fantastic to run these competitions as things are at the moment. That is it. The driver's got one practice run to get used to the conditions. We are here. We are ready. It is time. Austin Zalewski is going to be brought up to the line, and as Unger, our start line marshal, he is in control of the Tsujigiri semaphore, which looks like this. As the drivers have come to know it, the light up dildo of destiny. It goes 3 reds and a green, and on the green it is go time for our drivers. In the judging booth today we have Octavian Chelarou, who is a long-time competitor and drifter and also judge. We have Bobby Hill, a long-time competitor and mechanic from the US, and also Chris Ennis from one of our sponsors, Eclipse Motorsport. He is one of the judges here today. He's a very experienced drift mechanic, as Anders gently manoeuvres that back into position. So while we've got it on screen, a massive thank you to Retro Speed Shop, Fiber Factory, Grams Performance, Eclipse Motorsport. What would Dango do? Ignore Accelera, they have sadly ditched us. We are now with Zeknova Tyre, Enemed Racing Fuel, supporting Andrea Fabri out in Malta for his multiple championships. Thank you very much to them. And also thank you to Grip Royal. It is go time. This is run number 1. Austin Zalewski to lead in Hayley King as we get underway. Let's see that initiation. Austin Zalewski goes firing through clip 1, but Hayley King is right there, getting lost a little bit in the smoke, trying to angle up to keep up with Austin Zalewski as she comes through this section. You can see how stable his car is, but Hayley King doing a fabulous job transitioning up the inside, pushing up onto the door. Don't forget, this is the hardest battle of the day, generally speaking. This is the number 32 qualifier against the number 1 qualifier, as Hayley King manages to do everything she can to keep that proximity to Austin Zalewski, sends it up the inside. Look at that dive from Hayley King, trying to get back up onto the door and across the line. Let's go to our first replay of the day and see how this plays out as we join them coming through clip 1. This is Austin Zalewski leading in Hayley King, getting lost in the smoke a little bit through clip 2 Hayley King, but through all of this decel zone. Great proximity from the young woman from Poland as she sends it up the inside of Austin Zalewski, getting out onto that outer zone through the wall. Just a little bit of a gap opening up here as Austin Zalewski gets that slowdown so well executed, coming out of 6 into 7 and then round through here and across the line. Let's go back, watch the other half of this battle. We are ready. This is now Hayley King set to lead in Austin Zalewski. The light up dildo of destiny goes green. Hayley King comes off the line in that custom VPC livery, the virtual proximity livery, as she goes firing in. Doesn't quite fill clip 1 as much as she could potentially, but it gives her that little bit of a break as Austin Zalewski can't quite keep the proximity until late on in the turn. But this is a much nicer line from Hayley King. If she'd done this line in qualifying last night, she would have been on for a much higher qualifying position. This is really good from the young lady from Poland as she fires it through onto the outside line. Look at that slowdown, just coming away from 6 a little bit early, but keeping the line smooth round through the inside. Is this going to be enough to get her the win, or is it going to go to one more time? We come across the line. Let's go to that replay for the second time today. Join them, you can see it's a slightly faster run because we join Hayley as she comes through that section a little bit later on. She's got the speed ramped up as she comes through all of this. Austin Zalewski using the angle to slow everything down, but the speed that Hayley King has got in that car, not enough to shake Austin Zalewski. You can see that slight error coming away from 6 might be enough to shift the battle one way or the other as Austin Zalewski sends it up the inside into the final section, round and across the line. As we go to our first battle results of the day. This is Austin Zalewski and Hayley King, your first battle of the day. Bobby, Octav and Chris, Octav and Bobby, they go unanimous. It is Austin Zalewski getting the win and advancing on to the top 16. Hayley King putting in an absolutely phenomenal bit of work there. Did herself proud with that manoeuvres set through that first set of corners, really put the work in to keep the fight with Austin Zalewski. And you cannot imagine, if you have never done this yourselves, just how hard it is being the number 32 qualifier going up against the person in number 1. Hayley King doing a fabulous job of acquitting herself there, and we look forward to seeing her again for the final round. Let's go back to it. Next up, we have Christopher Lykup from Formula Drift up against Johan Garcia. Christopher Lykup in the SC300. That big, massive bummed Toyota. He loves that car, those big left-hand drive, 2JZ powered, very powerful, 900 horsepower, heavy SC300 is his preferred car here. Being chased by Johan Garcia in the much lighter, much more nimble LSX supercharged powered PS13. Johan is on a mission to get his VDC license, and he is going to stick it to the door of Chris Lykup, who uses that big car admirably to get hooked up into that first corner. Chris Lykup not using the angle here, trying to keep the momentum in that big car, because if it slows down, it's so hard to get it back in. But look at Johan Garcia. Johan Garcia right with Chris Lykup all the way through that transition into clip 4, and Chris not able to fulfill the wall at clip 5. Chris on a nice line there, just shallowing up a little bit, coming away from 7 perhaps a little bit too early there, as Johan Garcia sends it up the inside and knocks into Chris Lykup into the D-cell zone. Oh, that is going to potentially have battle-changing repercussions. Will the judges see that as it being Christopher Lykup's fault with the D-cell there? It is a D-cell zone. We might well have to go back to that map so that you guys can see it. It is a D-cell zone. Is Chris Lykup at fault, excessive D-cell, or did Johan Garcia just go too hard, too long, too deep into clip 8? This is the transition we're talking about, and you just see Johan come up. It might even have been a bit of lag, but it looked like it came from Johan's side as they come through. We're going back to the start. It's Johan Garcia to lead in. We don't yet know who has advantage here. Their spotters, if they've got them, will be talking to them, telling them what they think happened, but the judges will have given absolutely nothing away as Johan Garcia comes off the line in that stage wheels livery that he's created for this competition. Chris Lykup in the background in his custom livery with Belle Delphine on the bonnet. Absolutely brilliant livery that, as we see Chris Lykup pushing up onto the door of Johan Garcia, goes for that big switchback. You can see the size difference in that car in the transitions. Johan Garcia doing a lovely job filling the wall there across 5 as he dives up the inside from Chris Lykup, trying to wrangle that big car down, keeping the angle off, and there's the surge. He's trying desperately to keep it at angle as Johan Garcia uses the nimble nature of that PS13 on this tight track to keep Chris Lykup at bay. Let's go back to the replay. Here we go, as we join them, you see Chris Lykup sending it up the inside of Johan Garcia there. Really, Johan on a fantastic line through the mid part of the track here. It's all going to potentially come down. I don't think Chris Lykup zeroed out here as he was trying to stay in behind Johan in that section, but it's going to potentially come down to who was able to get that car slowed down into clip 7, who was at fault. That beautiful photo of Chris Lykup in his waistcoat, drinking scotch, feeling proud of himself there. Is it the right thing to feel right now? Who was at fault for that contact coming into the final zone? Chris Ennis has made a decision. He has Johan Garcia at fault. Octav and Bobby still waiting. Bobby Hill and Octavian Chelarou just still deliberating. Looks like we're going to have a result. I can tell you that Chris Lykup has got the win. Is it going to be unanimous? Octavian Chelarou yet to make a decision. It will not matter long term. Yes, it is unanimous. I can confirm Christopher Lykup gets the win and goes through to the top 16. Johan will be absolutely furious about that. Sadly, it is in the rules, even if it is lag related, because this is a virtual championship. If it is lag related, then the person who lags was at fault, and it looked like Chris Lykup had that rock steady connection all the way through. As we move on, it will now be Mark Pretty to lead in for this next battle. Mark Pretty, the man from Australia, leading in Olof Eriksson. And this is going to be one hell of a battle, I think. We've got 2 S chassis, our first double S chassis, different double S chassis of this section here. Let's see how this goes. People in the chat saying if not for that bump all day long it would have been Johan. I have to agree. I think Johan had Chris's number through there, but it does not matter. Sadly, the bump was battle ending as we go back to it. Mark Pretty going for that flick initiation, and oh, look at that from Olof Eriksson trying to get right up inside him. Olof Eriksson really putting the pressure onto Mark Pretty as they come through. These LSX powered PS13 versus the James Dean replica S14.9 that Mark Pretty is driving there. 2JZ under the bonnet, 740 horsepower, pulling away a little bit from Olof Eriksson despite the power disadvantages. Olof Eriksson oversends it into the D-cell zone. Mark Pretty on a lovely line. This is what managed to get him into the battles the other day, but he overshoots at 8, which is the bigger error there. It might well come down to which of them was at fault the more as they came into that section. This is a real battle of wits between these two as we join them coming through this middle section. You see Olof Eriksson go for that send up onto the door as they come through the middle here, and then just into the D-cell at 6. It looks like Olof Eriksson gets lost in the smoke as Mark Pretty doesn't do a perfect line through that section, but does manage to get everything wrangled back together and across the line. We're back on the start. They are swapped around. This time it is Olof Eriksson to lead in that PS13, that 900 horsepower instant torque supercharged V8. What has he got? Let's find out. Olof Eriksson, can he overturn what looked to be a big error on his part in the first run? Mark Pretty doing everything he needs to, giving Olof Eriksson the room to manoeuvre. Mark Pretty may not know it that there was a mistake behind him. If his spotter has been talking to him, then he will. Mark Pretty knowing that he's got the chance here, maybe. He doesn't have to push that hard. Or is it the other way round? Is it that Mark Pretty is pushing as hard as he can and Olof Eriksson just has his number on this run? It looks like a strategic dive from Mark Pretty. He's keeping everything under control. Good line from Olof Eriksson through the overall parts of the course, and that is it back across the line. Great driving from both of them here, but is it going to come down to that very first run, that very first error from Olof Eriksson overshooting into that final section? Little bit of an error from Mark Pretty as he comes into clip 7 there though. In that chase position, sends it hard up onto the inside. We are finished with that run. Let's go straight over to the battle results. Here we go. Mark Pretty sliding left. Olof Eriksson sliding right. Sweden versus Australia. The classic battle of Sweden versus Australia. Known through the ages, the eons, the eras gone past. That's 1 vote for Mark Pretty. That's 2 votes for Mark Pretty. Mark Pretty has the win. Is it a one more time vote there from Chris Ennis? Seeing errors in both sides, but it does not matter. This is our 3 judges majority. Mark Pretty advances. Olof Eriksson sending himself out with that error, it seemed, in that final section of the track. Mark Pretty advances on to the top 16. Who will he be facing? That is the next question. Will it be Serban Matej or will it be Brandon Beck? That is your next battle as Serban Matej comes up to the line. Brandon Beck in the background. Serban Matej, another driver in this S14.9. Brandon Beck, rather different car. This is going to be Japan versus America in terms of the vehicles. This is the Racer versus the muscle car. That SN95 supercharged live axle rear end V8 thumping under the hood versus the classic S body with a 2JZ under the hood, that James Dean replica, even in the James Dean practice livery. Here we go. Serban Matej comes off the line in the lead position. Brandon Beck in the chase. Serban Matej goes for that flick initiation. Just about fills clip 1, but it's not as good as his runs yesterday. Clearly the nerves of battle zoning to get to him, but the angle for Serban Matej as he comes through too. Look at that. Serban Matej is going all out, but Brandon Beck is right with him there. Brandon Beck trying to keep the proximity just as he comes through the transition, getting a little bit lost in the smoke and left behind. That S14.9 so fast through the transition, but Brandon Beck is catching up into those D-cell zones as Serban Matej goes wide. Serban Matej doesn't make it into clip 8 at all. But there's a nudge from Brandon Beck. That is going to be so interesting to see in the judging, and I am so sorry the judging sheet was still up. That is entirely my fault, my hands. I am like some kind of gibbering retard, and I'm not looking at the screen. I only have one screen. Bugger. What a gibbering idiot. I'm so sorry, folks. This is the problem with only having one screen, because I can't actually see on my tiny screen if I'm not watching directly via the... Oh, what a prick. Never mind. So, Brandon Beck to lead after Serban Matei's line there. You didn't get to see Serban Matei's line. Apparently, I'm an idiot, so you don't get to see that. Trying to get things to work, and it just doesn't. And, yeah, there we go. So here we go. Brandon Beck will now switch it around. Brandon Beck to lead after Serban Matei's chase. Into Serban Matei's chase now. Serban Matei coming hard up onto that rear quarter. Brandon Beck sending it all the way out to that outside line. A lovely line through turn one by Brandon Beck. But Serban Matei's running even more angle in that chase position. Serban Matei using the angle and grip of that S14.9 to just stay right onto Brandon Beck's quarter. But this is a beautiful lead from Brandon Beck. You can only have a good chase like this from a good lead as Brandon Beck goes deep through 6, then angles up into 7. This is a lovely, lovely lead from Brandon Beck as he flicks it back across and rounded through. But there's contact as they cross the line as they come through that final section. Let's have a look as we go back to it. Back to this section, you can see Serban Matei sends it up the inside. That's the decel zone there, but the contact comes later on in the corner. That potentially could send them one more time. There was contact on both sides of that battle. Oh look, it's the results graphic. We haven't seen that in a while. What an idiot. Anyway, here we go. Who is it going to be? Sliding left for Serban Matei, sliding right for Brandon Beck, or staying in the middle for one more time from 3 of our judges? Are we going to see them go at it again? Will we be rerunning the fun, seeing this all over again from the top? That's one vote from Octavian Chelarue. Oh, it's a split decision. It's gone to Brandon Beck. Brandon Beck gets the win. What an upset there for Serban Matei, who looked so strong, but that error thumping into Brandon Beck outside of the decel zone may be enough to overturn that outcome. What a solid run from Brandon Beck. Did everything he could in the chase position, but that contact from Serban Matei outside of the decel zone enough to overturn the result according to our judges. Serban Matei will be livid with himself for that. Absolutely livid. So let's see how that has shaped things up so far. This is what we are looking at right now. Here is your bracket coming up onto your screens. Austin Zalewski defeating Haley King in the first battle of the night. Really great battle to see there. But Austin Zalewski getting through and will take on Christopher Lykup from Formula D. And we saw just how much Chris was struggling in behind those smaller, more agile cars in the latter part of the course. Is Austin Zalewski going to be able to stop Chris Lykup's march at the top 16? Mark Pretty getting past Olof Eriksson, and then in the upset from that run, Serban Matei with everything in the bag until the final corner, throwing it away by thumping hard into Brandon Beck. Brandon Beck getting the win and advancing on to the top 16. In the next set of battles, you will see Mustafa Amini take on Paavo Nurmi, Ronnie Blakesley versus Guillermo Cabrera, Brandon Gardner versus Joachim Haig, and Sean O'Doux versus Ernestus Jacoubelis. That is what is coming up in the next part of the bracket. After that, we will have Alexander Jaeger versus Logan Daniels, Warren Greener versus Adam Lake, William Holloway versus Josh Oxley, Daryl Diaz, your current points leader, versus Tyler Leach, Connor Christensen versus Dimitri Mitin, and Cormac Gard versus Darren Baker. Then the last 2 battles of your top 32 will be Dijon Reeves versus Robert Kuczynski and Brandon Patrick versus Jakub Kadavi. That is all still to come right now. So, there we are. That is what it has been so far. How have you found the battles to be so far? Do you agree with those results? Let's see what's coming up into the next part of the competition. We are just waiting for these drivers to come in to the server. They will be ready very, very shortly. I can hear engines in the background. I don't know if you can hear those on the stream. They are getting themselves into position, ready to go. We are on to the next set of battles. Have you seen your winner this evening? That is the question. Have we already seen the person who will take the top step on the podium? Who do you think is looking strong tonight? Who is your winner from all of our drivers? If you watched qualifying yesterday, you might have some ideas in mind. Who do you guys think is going to be coming out on top today? Will Daryl Diaz get a clean sweep, 3 wins from 3 events, or will someone be able to finally stop him? Let's go back to the action, see what's happening as we get into our top 32 part 2. So our first battle up is Mustafa Amini. Coming up to the line now, here you see Tuffer just warming up his tyres out on that back section. It is an all Stefan Stefanov replica car battle here. Mustafa Amini in that white RPS 13 going up against Paavo Nurmi, who does not have his own livery here, but Paavo Nurmi, a really strong driver. Been looking very committed in the chase position during practice. Let's see what happens. They are under starters orders and they are go. It is go time for Mustafa Amini, who had 5-1 more times at Three Sisters round 2 weeks ago. He finally got defeated in the end, but he is Mr. Consistent. Every single run he does looks the same. They may not be absolutely top qualifying runs, but they are always in the right place or thereabouts, and he is always on that line. Look at that move from Mustafa Amini as Paavo Nurmi does everything he can to try and keep up with the young man from Saudi Arabia as Mustafa Amini sends it hard across. Oh, and that's contact into that decel. That is a decel zone. Is that going to be the trick part of this track for during these battles? Is this the area where we're going to see most of the upsets? As Mustafa Amini goes for that transition back across, here you see Paavo Nurmi just losing a little bit of ground coming into 4, didn't send it quite hard enough up the inside, then here into 6. Getting onto that inside line puts him in an awkward place as he comes through 7, and this is the send into the decel zone. Big flick from Mustafa Amini, and there's Paavo Nurmi right up into his business, managing to cause that contact. So, who do the judges have at blame as we switch round? Paavo Nurmi now will lead, and Mustafa Amini will chase. The light up dildo of destiny goes green. It is go time. Paavo Nurmi in the lead position. Here we go for the big flick initiation from Paavo Nurmi, but Mustafa Amini's right there. He's right there immediately, straight up onto the door. Look at that from Paavo Nurmi. Nice line, but it's all about Mustafa Amini right now, bringing that fight onto the rear quarter. And this is the send. That's what we've been waiting to see. Someone in the chase position absolutely launch it onto the inside at clip 4. These transitions not phasing Mustafa Amini at all as Paavo Nurmi drops a wheel. Clearly feeling the pressure of the young man tucked in onto his rear quarter there. Paavo Nurmi trying to get it wrangled in onto clip 8, but Mustafa Amini is right there with him. What a run from both of these drivers. Here you see, as we come into this infield section, Paavo Nurmi on a great line here. This really is a good line. You can see why he qualified high, managing to tick all of the boxes. Just a little bit of an error there as he drops a wheel, having to cause Mustafa Amini to check up after losing that grip in the decel zone. But all the way through here, is it going to come down to that first contact as they came into clip 8? Well, Paavo Nurmi not getting that decel zone right. Here we have Finland versus Saudi Arabia. This is for a place in the top 16. Paavo Nurmi on the right, Mustafa Amini on the left. Christopher Ennis has a winner. Octavian Chelarou has a winner. It's Mustafa Amini. Is it unanimous? Yes, it is. Mustafa Amini goes through into the top 16. Paavo Nurmi putting up an amazing fight there to keep the man in 4th place, qualifying in check. But in the end, just not enough from Paavo Nurmi to be able to stop the march of Mustafa Amini into the top 16. As we move on, Ronnie Blakesley is our next driver. Ronnie Blakesley to lead first, taking on Guillermo Cabrera in the chase position. Ronnie Blakesley deciding he does not want any extra heat in his tyres. Guillermo Cabrera also deciding he's got enough. They come up to the line. They are ready to go. This is going to be a fantastic battle. GT86 versus M54 powered BMW. Two very, very fast cars as Ronnie Blakesley goes for that flick initiation using the side bite of that GT86 to push deep and then get on the power, and he drops a wheel. That's the first person to almost send it off into the sandpit. Ronnie Blakesley in that ISR sponsored livery firing through into the infield, but look at that in the background. Guillermo Cabrera is right with him. Guillermo Cabrera, just as I say that, getting lost a little bit through that transition. You can see just how fast the GT86 of Ronnie Blakesley is in those changes of direction as he goes round into this final section. Here comes Guillermo Cabrera again, right back up onto the door and across the line. Oh, and I've done it again. You're kidding me. Oh! I don't know why the buttons aren't working, folks. I just can't tell you why it's not working. I don't know why it's not switching backwards and forwards between the two cleanly. But we'll go back to it. I'm going to have to just watch it on a tiny screen and try and make that work. Guillermo Cabrera will now take the lead position. Guillermo Cabrera in the lead position as we come through. Ronnie Blakesley sending it up onto the inside. Guillermo Cabrera in that lead position, just managing to open up a gap. The E92 incredibly fast in the longer corners, but not quite got the grip in those transitions to be able to keep things in check. As we come through into this section, you can see Ronnie Blakesley doing everything he needs to, just mirroring that position. But does he have the proximity that Guillermo Cabrera had from that first run? As we send it up the inside, is that too much from Ronnie Blakesley? Going super aggressive to try and push that proximity as they come into the final section. That is a huge send from Ronnie Blakesley to try and get up onto the door of Guillermo Cabrera. Is it going to play out for him? That was a massive amount of effort expended to try and send it onto that final corner. Is it going to be enough? Is it going to work in his favour? Let's have a look into this final section. This is the crucial part. We've been seeing it time and time again in the battle so far. The drivers have got to remember that's a D-cell zone. Sending it that hard up onto the door only results in things going one way. As we go back to it, waiting for the judges to slot their scores into place. Are there any Swedes? Caustic Snips? Yeah, Toxic Snips. Yes, we have had a couple of Swedes already. Joseph Florence, thanks for the like. Jigo Kukuta 666, thank you for the follow. Enrock16, thank you for the follow. Ennis Leet, thank you for the subscription. Andika Ramamafuna, thank you for the subscription. D'Antonio Williams, thanks for the like. We saw you guys earlier on. We appreciate you being here. We are waiting for this to slot into position. I think the judges are trying to decide who is at fault here for some of those contacts. Are we seeing it? Oh, Ronnie Blakesley's oversending it has definitely given Bobby a winner in mind. He has gone for Guillermo Cabrera. Is this going to be an upset again from that final section? It is. Chris Ennis has also given it to Guillermo Cabrera. Is it going to be unanimous? I can tell you that it is. That is a unanimous result, knocking Ronnie Blakesley out in the top 32. Sorry, Guillermo Cabrera advancing on to the top 16. That is another shock, and it all comes from that section. It is a D-cell zone. Just while we're waiting for these guys to come up to the line, just to remind you, this is our track map. This is Brandon Gardner and Joachim Haig next. That's what's coming up next. Brandon Gardner in the lead position, Joachim Haig in the chase. Brandon Gardner is going to have a lot of work to do here as he comes in, but you can see coming into clip 8, that is another D-cell zone that our drivers have to obey. They are under starters' orders. It is go time here for this second to last battle of this half of the bracket. On the left hand of your screen right now, Brandon Gardner. On the right hand of your screen is Joachim Haig, the only driver in the top 32 who has got their RB-powered S14. This is the first time we've seen it in battles, as we see Joachim Haig go right up onto that door. Look from Joachim Haig, really forcing the issue straight up onto Brandon Gardner's door. We know that GT86 is super fast. We know it can break the gap here, but Joachim Haig doing everything right so far, just using that slight inside line to keep the proximity. Does that look like a wall tap from from Brandon Gardner as he manages to overshoot a little bit. Is he going to get it wrangled back in? Yes, he is. That is a phenomenal bit of driving there. Is this the send that we see so many people make the contact on? But Joachim Haig's right there. Look at Joachim Haig sending it up the inside as he gets onto that door. What a fantastic drive from him. Look at this in the replay. Joachim Haig doing everything he needs to stay right with Brandon Gardner. You can only have a chase this good from a good lead, but it looked like there was almost contact with the wall there from Brandon Gardner, allowing him to just break that gap a little bit, break away from Joachim Haig, who then manages to get right back in it, and this was masterful. Using that decel zone and then coming right back up onto the door. That might be the best chase that we've seen of the night so far. As we switch them around, Joachim Haig will now lead. Brandon Gardner in the chase position. They are ready to go. Back on the line. The light goes green. Joachim Haig under away there. Look at that S14 coming off the line. That RB27 singing as he screams through that first section. Nice onto that outside line. There's the decel. It allows Brandon Gardner right back up into the battle. Brandon Gardner is there tucked in the pocket of Joachim Haig. Nice transition from both guys as they come firing out onto the wall. Joachim Haig just using that little bit of left foot brake just to hold the car at angle. But look at Brandon Gardner. He's right there, Brandon Gardner. But that's a decel zone as well. And Brandon Gardner has gone right into the side of Joachim Haig. Are we going to see another upset in the decel zones? When the roles were reversed, Joachim Haig managed that beautifully into both decel zones. Are we going to see that be the cause of the upset here? All the way through this section here. Look at this from Brandon Gardner. He is a bright yellow shadow for Joachim Haig, tucked right in his door, and then just here, that is a decel zone, and you can see that Joachim Haig gets back on the power, ready to push forward, and Brandon Gardner just has so much more grip in that decel zone, straight up into the side of Joachim Haig. As we go straight to the judges' results, another difficult result for these judges. USA versus Norway. Brandon Gardner holding that balloon of hope in his photo. The balloon just off screen, but all of his hopes and dreams keeping themselves aloft there. Is it going to be enough to get him past Joachim Haig, who is ready to push through into the top 16? The judges having to look at that replay. Was it excessive decel from Joachim Haig? That is the question here. The judges will be looking at references on the speeds. They've got different telemetry to what we've got on the stream here. They're able to see those speeds at their end. They're able to decide whether he was on the brakes through that section. They will know whether Joachim Haig was engaged in too much decel, but it is a decel zone. That section is a crucial decel zone to then get in onto that inside line. Joachim Haig was at a lot of angle, and it looked to me, and I'm just commentating, I'm not judging, it looked to me like he got back onto that throttle before the contact, which would mean that Brandon Gardner was in absolute max send. Oh, it looks like it was too much slowdown from Joachim Haig. That is 2 votes. That is a win for Brandon Gardner. Unanimous win for Brandon Gardner. Joachim Haig clearly oversent that car in the judges' eyes. Massive decel, excessive for the situation. Having watched his run back, especially when he was in the chase position, they will know what that car was capable of and what he should have been able to get it to do. As we move on to our last battle of this half of the top 32, we are coming in. It is going to be Sean O'Doux to lead, Anestis Jacoubelis to chase. Sean O'Doux on the left-hand side of your screens. Anestis Jacoubelis on the right. Sean O'Doux in that white RPS 13. Another driver using this fantastic replica car of the Stefan Stefanov British Drift Championship Pro car. On the right-hand side of your screen, the 2 JZ powered GT86. There's so many JZs on this grid right now. Clearly the engine of choice for these guys as we come into this battle. Sean O'Doux to lead. The Dildo of Destiny lights up green. Anders Unger has sent them underway. Sean O'Doux coming off the line. Power down, goes for that flick initiation, gets it into clip 1, but it wasn't by much, and is not using the angle of that car as he drops a wheel. Sean O'Doux trying to find every last millimetre of the track, and there, right in his pocket, right up against him is Anestis Jacoubelis, pushing onto that rear quarter using the grip of that GT86, and a gap. Just as I say it, the gap opens up as we come into these decel zones. The decel zones proving proving crucial in the battle so far. Anestis Jacoubelis measures it beautifully right up onto the door of Sean O'Doo, and we go into that second set again, but this time Sean O'Doo hit by Anestis Jacoubelis into that second decel zone. This is where the action is happening. That second part of this run. Every single time we come into zone 3, or rather section 3 of this track, that is where it is all changing. These battles swinging backwards and forwards. The crucial first section of the track, that beautiful middle section flow where the guys are picking up all of that speed, and then into these big decels. That is crucial as we switch it round. Sean O'Doo now to chase. Anestis Jacoubelis in the lead position on the left-hand side of your screen, that red GT86, who will be marching forward. Sean O'Doo determined not to get left behind. He knows that GT86 is rocket ship fast on the run-in. Sean O'Doo initiates alongside Anestis Jacoubelis. He wants this. He needs this. He's determined not to let Anestis Jacoubelis get away as Sean O'Doo comes firing up onto that left-hand side of the car. Big transition here. Is he able to stay with him? No. Anestis Jacoubelis finally gets the brakes he needs, but Sean O'Doo shallows up on the angle and on the line and gets right back into the pocket of Anestis Jacoubelis. That little RPS 13 doing all of the work here. Brilliant slowdown from Sean O'Doo. Is this going to be enough? Does he make contact in the decel? Sean O'Doo measuring it perfectly on a better line than Anestis Jacoubelis through the fast part of that track. What a run from Sean O'Doo. Look at this. Doing everything he can not to get left behind by that faster car. It is beautiful into this section. And there that gap opens up, but Sean O'Doo doing exactly the right thing by our rules. He keeps the angle on a little bit, just sacrifices a bit of line and then sends it deep into the pocket of Anestis Jacoubelis. Do we have a winner? Have we now got our top 16, half of it fully shaped up? Let's go to the results, see what happens. Sliding left for Sean O'Doo, sliding right for Anestis Jacoubelis. Who will face Brandon Gardner? 2 votes for Anestis Jacoubelis. That is a win for Anestis Jacoubelis. Is it unanimous? Yes, it is. Anestis Jacoubelis gets the win. Clearly deciding Sean O'Doo's decel into that final clip was a little bit excessive, or that result from that impact was not enough to constitute a problem. Anestis Jacoubelis doing everything he could, but Sean O'Doo overcome there by Anestis Jacoubelis. So Brandon Gardner will face Anestis Jacoubelis in the top 32. Congratulations to him. We are halfway through, in the top 16, but we are halfway through the top 32 right now, and we know the first half of the top 16 as it stands. Austin Zalewski taking on Formula Drift's Christopher Leica, Mark Pretty from Australia taking on Brandon Beck, Mustafa Amini taking on Guillermo Cabrera, and Brandon Gardner to take on Anestis Jacoubelis. There are some fantastic battles shaping up in that section there. We are really excited, but, and it's a big but, we have some amazing battles yet to come in this top 32. Alexander Yegard to take on Logan Daniels, Warren Greener to take on Adam Lake, William Holloway to take on Josh Oxley, points leader Daryl Diaz to take on Tyler Leach, Connor Christensen to take on Dimitri Mitin, and Cormac Gard to take on Darren Baker. That's going to be a great one. Dijon Reeves to take on Robert Kwaczynski, another battle that has absolutely knock 'em down, punch 'em dead kind of aura about it there. And Brandon Patrick versus Jakob Kadavi, your final battle of the top 32. So next up, Alexander Yegard versus Logan Daniels. That's who's coming in now. We're going to wait for them to come in. I'm going to send you to a very, very brief ad break. We'll be back very soon. Thank you very much for staying with us. Your next half of your top 32 coming up very shortly. Welcome back. It is the second half of our top 32. Our guys are just loaded in now. We are ready to go for the second half of this fantastic top 32 battle here for Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Round 3 at Sekia Hills. You are with me, Ben Somerville from Tsujigiri Collective. I am hosting you for this wonderful event, as I have been hosting you for every one of our events so far. It is a pleasure to have you here. Hope that you have joined us and are enjoying it. We are ready to go in this top 32 second half. Alexander Jaegard, our first driver to lead, coming up to the line now. If you haven't already been over there, do feel free to check out our website and check out all of our sponsors. That is Grip Royal, Virtual Drift Championship, who we're the feeder series for, Eclipse Motorsport, Retro Speed Shop, Fiber Factory, Enimed Racing Fuels, Graham Performance Injectors, and Zeknova Tyres. They support the real life drift team as well as our digital drifting here. We have our Patreon as well. Thank you to all of our Patreons. It is a pleasure to always have you here. GJR the Legend, thank you for the subscription, the host, and the follow. It is a pleasure to have you here as well. Let's get straight back to the action. They are on the line, ready to go. You can see the sun moving through the sky has now illuminated the start line here at Sekia Hills. They are on the line. Alexander Jaegard on the left-hand side of your screen to lead in Logan Daniels on the right-hand side of your screen. 2JZ versus 2JZ. RPS 13 versus RPS 13. This is what it's all about. We move on. Who will make it through to our top 16 from these drivers? Is it going to be Alexander Jaegard, your number 2 qualifier, or is it going to be Logan Daniels? Let's get to it. They are under starters' orders. Anders Unger, the start line marshal, controlling that semaphore, the light up dildo of destiny, where the light goes green, and Alexander Jaegard has shot into the distance. Alexander Jaegard gets an absolutely phenomenal launch. Logan Daniels just not prepared. Logan Daniels didn't see him coming, but Logan Daniels has managed to get back into the fight regardless. Look at that from Logan Daniels. Up into the quarter of Alexander Jaegard, but loses a little bit of a ground in there in that transition across into 4. Cutting the circuit to keep that proximity. Alexander Jaegard on a phenomenal line, as you would expect from our number 2 qualifier, using that decel to hook him beautifully up into 7 as Logan Daniels sends it up the inside. Big angle to keep out of the door of Alexander Jaegard and across the line. Patrick O'Donovan, thank you for the like. Welcome along. It's a pleasure to have all of you here. This is a big battle. We are seeing these guys going toe-to-toe. It has been a fantastic top 32 so far. This section, the third section of the track, has hosted so much of the controversy of the top 32 so far. Drivers over deselling into certain sections there. Drivers over sending it into certain sections there. It is all about that final part of the track in terms of results at the moment. Are the drivers able to keep that proximity? Are they able to get those decels right without clattering into the car in front? As we go under starters orders again, it is go time. Logan Daniels off the line. Alexander Jaegard right with him. Alexander Jaegard straight onto that rear bumper and then up onto that rear quarter. Look at Alexander Jaegard all the way through clip 2, but Logan Daniels is on a good line. And just as I say that, he ends up coming in a little bit too tight. Logan Daniels sending it up through that transition, but Alexander Jaegard is not phased. Alexander Jaegard wants this. He wants to move through to the top 16. He knows he can get through this. He knows there's a VDC license within his grasp, and that is where he wants to be. It's where all of our drivers want to be. But a beautiful transition from Logan Daniels. Look at that positioning. Alexander Jaegard taking full advantage of it, straight up into that rear quarter. As we rejoin, here you go. These guys coming through into that section. Logan Daniels, having had some computer issues over the course of the last 2 days, managing to get all the way up on into that outside zone. Beautiful control from Logan Daniels. He's really got that car dialed in nicely, but just there you can see this is one of the areas in qualifying where the judges were absolutely hammering our drivers, and in Logan Daniels not getting across deep enough through 16. Through 16? Through 6. People asking about the Swedish drivers earlier. Here's Alexander Jaegard on the left-hand side. Logan Daniels on the right. Which way is it going to go? Bobby, Octav and Chris. Still deliberating, trying to work out who's going through. Do we have a winner? 1 vote for Alexander Jaegaard from Bobby Hill. 2 votes, 3 votes for Alexander Jaegaard. He knocks out Logan Daniels, goes through to the top 16. Well done to Alexander Jaegaard. Commiserations to Logan Daniels. I know he's been having some PC issues. His 2070 not managing to get the frames that he was expecting for some reason on this track. We know it's been optimized and we've had many people on the server. It's very confusing that he's having those problems. Sad to see Logan Daniels go out like that, but a worthy win in this instance from Alexander Jaegaard as Warren Greener comes up to the line. Warren Greener to take on Adam Lake. Warren Greener in that GT86. Let's get rid of that overlay this time. I'm double checking. Samzu, hello Ben. Hello Samzu, how are you doing? And they are up to the line. So this is Warren Greener on the left in that GT86. On the right, Adam Lake, who had some phenomenal runs yesterday. Really working hard to get that big S14, well, the S14.9 into contention. As I say that, I realise that Adam Lake's actually in an RPS 13. I'm thinking of, don't know why I've got him in my mind in an S14. That's totally wrong. But here we go. That GT86 of Warren Greener putting in the effort right here at the moment as they go through that transition. Good work from Warren Greener there, but look at this from Adam Lake in the chase position. He is fantastic into that D-cell zone, managing to hold position right in that pocket with Warren Greener. Beautiful mirroring of his line and angle as Warren Greener D-cells and Adam Lake sends it hard up the inside and into that final section. Let's go to the replay. Siren, the cars super high poly count or something? No, quite the opposite. The cars are a low poly count, optimized, all of them below VDC specifications for the poly count. Here we see that transition, the only space really as they came through 4 there where Adam Lake unable to keep the proximity with Warren Greener. 6740, hello, welcome along, thank you for the follow. This transition though, absolutely a work of art from Adam Lake, manages to make up all of that ground into the final section as we go back across. Warren Greener now to chase, Adam Lake in the lead position. Adam Lake in that RPS 13, 2 J's under both of these bonnets. Adam Lake gets off the line in that beautiful blue livery and look at Warren Greener tucks it onto that quarter immediately. A good send from Warren Greener up onto that door, but Adam Lake's found some pace. That RPS 13 not normally this much faster than the GT86. Look at this from Adam Lake on an absolute tear. Where has this come from? Adam Lake has dialed in all of the grip in the universe into that RPS 13 to make sure that he's not allowing Warren Greener to keep up. Has Adam Lake just made the mistake though? Is that the run-defining mistake as he sends it deep and drops a wheel? It was a beautiful line up until then and Warren Greener tucks it onto the door. Is it going to be enough? I genuinely don't know which way this is going to go. What a fantastic battle from both of these drivers. Wow, that was phenomenal from Adam Lake through that first section. Warren Greener doing everything he can to stay with him, but that's the only mistake I could really see from Adam Lake in that lead position. Warren Greener doing everything he can to keep up, but that is just phenomenal. Phenomenal work by Adam Lake. Rip Andy K. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome along. Good to have you here. So, sliding left for Warren Greener, the man in the GT86, also on a mission. These guys all want those VDC licenses so very badly. Sliding right for Adam Lake with his Stig-like profile photo. Everything about that feels like the screeching of bald eagles every time I see that come onto the screen. What a fabulous profile photo shot that is. Adam Lake, hoping he's done enough. That one small mistake, was it enough to overturn all of the good work he did in that lead position and in that chase? It's a one more time from Chris Ennis. It's a one more time across the board. Is it as well from Bobby Hill? They are going at it again. We're going to rerun the fun, send them one more time. It doesn't matter what Bobby's opinion is, but it is a unanimous one more time. They are going at it again. We don't have to wait for them to get tyres. We are going to rerun the fun straight away immediately back into it. I can understand why that was the call from the judges because of that mistake in the in the lead position from Adam Lake. I honestly think if he hadn't dropped that wheel, that battle was his, but it was enough to swing it back to the middle for the judges. Beautiful runs from both of these guys, but we're going to get to see our first major one more time. Warren Greener, Adam Lake going at it again. We're going to rerun the fun. This is one more time number 1, and we've had some multiple one more times at round 2, so let's see if this is going to happen all over again. They are on the line, ready to go. Under starters orders, Anders Unger, our start line marshal. Warren Greener on the left of your screen, Adam Lake on the right. This is for the place in the top 16. Warren Greener hoping to dispatch Adam Lake quickly this time. Has he turned up the wick? He comes off the line like a scalded cat. Look at Warren Greener. He wants this so badly, but we know Adam Lake has the power and set up in that car to keep the proximity as he just maybe dials out a little bit too much angle there to get up onto the door of Warren Greener. The judges will be looking very harshly at that because that was almost straight coming through clip 2. Warren Greener trying to find that extra grip in the GT86 to break the grip of Adam Lake as Warren Greener really slams the anchors on. That was a massive decel coming into that section. Warren Greener gets the rotation done. Adam Lake is right there with him again across the line. Wow, this is swinging backwards and forwards real hard between these two drivers. Adam Lake very straight through clip 2, trying to keep that speed in the area where we know the GT86 is fast. Is he able to do it? Warren Greener on an absolute tear through here. This is the section where it's also crucial. Adam Lake managing to get up into that pocket again. But was it enough from that run? It looks to me like Warren Greener has gone away, changed that setup just a tiny bit between these runs, and is now ready to send even harder. This is going to be where we'll see it. Adam Lake was incredibly fast in his first lead. Warren Greener did not have an answer through those first 2 corners. This is it. It is go time for this one more time. We're sending them again. It's rerunning the fun. Adam Lake goes for that flick into that turn 1, and look, the gap opening up again with Warren Greener. Adam Lake has got that car dialed in so beautifully for these faster turns. Is Warren Greener going to be able to bring something back through this section? We know Adam Lake had that mistake in run 1 of this one more time. Is it going to be the deciding factor as Warren Greener sends it up the inside? Adam Lake onto the power here, driving hard onto the inside at turn 5, into clip 7 and into clip 8 beautifully, and Warren Greener just doing a lovely job to wrangle that car in the background. Here we see Adam Lake doing another beautiful lead run, but I think this time it is entirely possible that his chase run in this one more time was enough to do the damage as he comes through this section. Adam Lake looking like the stronger driver in this battle, but that mistake through clip 2 where he almost straightened to keep that proximity during the chase run, is that going to be enough? I can see the judges giving that to Warren Greener, but you know, I could see another one more time on the horizon. We could get into this one more time cycle, and the problem with them is always that as you go through multiple one more times, the drivers get better and better at driving against each other. They can go on and on. It is eventually just a battle of attrition. Who makes the first big mistake? As we wait for this to drop into place. Sliding left for Warren Greener, sliding right for Adam Lake. Another one more time coming up onto the board there from Octavian Chelarou. Chris Ennis has a winner though, and it's Warren Greener. Oh, and it's a totally split decision. That really shows you just how much this has been decided on. This is going to go again. We're going to rerun the fun for a second time. We go back another one more time from these drivers. Mistakes on both sides of the bracket. It does not get more split than that. One for one for the other, and a one more time in the middle. You cannot ask for any more of a split than that. What a result for these guys. As we come into it, Warren Greener in the lead position. Let's get this straight underway. Warren Greener on the left of your screens. That GT86. Adam Lake on the right. Adam Lake knows he's got Warren Greener's number. If he can just get that chase run to work like it did in run 1. The lead from run 2 and the chase from run 1. Warren Greener has this. Adam Lake has this. Warren Greener doing everything he can to force the error from Adam Lake. As we see a small glitch, that's probably my end. Those guys absolutely slotted in against each other. Adam Lake not quite getting the proximity this time, but getting a beautiful mirror of Warren Greener in that chase position. Adam Lake goes for the send into the decel zone. It looks like Warren Greener's found even more speed in that GT86. He keeps on dialing the wick up every single time. That speed in the GT86 is phenomenal. Is Warren Greener going to finally have the answer for Adam Lake's speed from the first 2 runs? Syrinth, are the drivers allowed to reset for tyres between runs? Not between battles. So if they're doing the lead and the chase, they're not allowed to get new tyres for each run, but they're allowed to get them for the one more time. So they're on fresh tyres for every one more time. Here you can see this is the first time Warren Greener has really had that speed through that last section of the track there. He was unable to do that the last couple of times, but this time round Adam Lake did not have an answer for that speed. It looks to me like Warren Greener has found the speed he needs in that car to be able to keep up with Adam Lake, but this is the question now as Adam Lake goes full ham into turn 1, absolutely launching that car onto the outside line. Brilliant move from him, going for that transition back through there. Warren Greener unable to match Adam Lake's angle. This is almost a carbon copy of the first run from this one more time, and we're on the second one more time right now. There is the gap, there is the error, there is the maneuverings. It's going to have to go back to lead versus lead, chase versus chase. Is this what we need? And there's, just as I say that, there's the error. There might be the run-defining error from Warren Greener. That is what we've been waiting to see. Was there going to be a problem? That's what we were waiting for, to wonder to see whether there was going to be an error deep into this section. Through into that final section, that is the problem there as we go to the results page. Two results slid right for Adam Lake. Is it unanimous? It doesn't matter because surely, Adam does have this, but just to see whether it's unanimous, will Octavian Chellaroux also give it to Adam Lake? What a battle between these dudes. Yes, he does. Adam Lake finally getting the win there from that major error from Warren Greener just coming into that final corner. Adam Lake, the speed in that RPS 13. He has to face another GT86 in the top 16 against Alexander Jaeger, but we move on. William Holloway is next. William Holloway to lead in Josh Oxley. They are already on the line. They are ready to go. Let's get straight to it. The lights come on. It's green. Josh Oxley in the chase position in that S95. Has he got the grip in that car to keep up with that absolutely rocket ship RPS 13? It can be this fast. William Holloway looking dialed in that RPS 13. He was one of our higher qualifiers this weekend, but look, Josh Oxley's managing to do the work. Josh Oxley on the inside in that big Mustang, putting the pressure onto William Holloway. Josh Oxley sends it up the inside. We know this section is crucial as Josh Oxley just drops back onto that quarter of William Holloway. This is the thing we're going to have to see. Is Josh Oxley able to get the send? Yes, he is, using that big Mustang's maneuverability. It's surprisingly agile car for its size. What a fantastic maneuver from Josh Oxley there, but he is only able to make those dives because William Holloway has got that line absolutely dialed in. Look at William Holloway sending it onto that wall straight after clip 4, and then up the inside comes Josh Oxley, just gets it wrong a little bit, has to back off, uses the handbrake to pull back away from William Holloway. Is that excessive decel though? That was a long time on the slowdown for William Holloway. The judges will be watching that very, very keenly to see as we go round the other way. Oxley now to lead, William Holloway to chase. Josh Oxley in that SN95. on the left-hand side of your screens. Let's see what's going to happen. The dildo of destiny goes green. Josh Oxley comes off the line in that big Mustang, absolutely fires into that initiation. Doesn't quite fulfill clip 1 as much as we would like to see, but Josh Oxley gets the angle up. Look how much angle the SN95 can run. Absolutely throwing it on, and it's allowing William Holloway to keep that proximity, but the angle from Josh Oxley all the way through this run so far has been phenomenal, and it's a big car to transition behind, and that we can see now as William Holloway struggles, doesn't manage to get in the pocket. Looks like he makes contact with Josh Oxley, then into the transition. Josh Oxley gets that angle on again, and there's contact from William Holloway as Josh Oxley gets punted across the line. Look at this. We join, you can see that massive amount of angle that the SN95 can run. Josh Oxley using that extra bit of gearing, clearly shifting it up into fourth and just running all of the angle that that car can do. And you see this big gap from William Holloway. Josh Oxley back on the power. William Holloway comes screaming in, makes contact once. Does he make it again here? This is the question. Yes, he makes it there. There's the contact. Was that excessive decel from Josh Oxley? This is going to be a real tough call for the judges. Go. Thanoshua Oxley on the right hand side there. Will Holloway on the left. Sliding left for William Holloway, the man from the USA. Sliding right for the Thunder from Down Under, Joshua Oxley, the man from Tasmania, the Tasmanian devil himself, in fact. The Aussie and his Infinity Gauntlet. I love that photo of Josh. Was that aggression excessive and unnecessary from William Holloway? Was it too much decel from Josh Oxley? Was it Josh Oxley's ping at fault? We had to migrate to an East Coast server yesterday. Those of you who were with us for qualifying, we normally use a West Coast server because it gives the best global reach. We've had to migrate to an East Coast US server because of a DDoS attack, which I consider to be an amazing compliment. Thank you very much to whoever found their lives so pathetic that they had to DDoS us, but if we're now big enough that we're getting attacked, then I consider that a massive compliment. But it meant that we had to move from our normal server in the West Coast across to our East Coast DDoS protected server, and that might be enough to tip Josh Oxley, the Tasmanian devil, over the edge in terms of what is allowable ping for him. Our judges clearly going back and looking at this in great detail, haven't yet made a decision on what they're going to see. Ralph the Law, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. While we're waiting for that to drop into place, it's a one more time from Christopher Ennis. So we do have a result from the judges. Oh, it's a win for Josh Oxley from Bobby Hill. Josh Oxley gets the win. Josh Oxley takes on William Holloway. William Holloway obviously being too aggressive there in the judges' eyes. Far too much send considering Josh Oxley's line through there. That is a massive upset, but Josh Oxley will take it. He will be thrilled with that. Josh Oxley advances on. Who is he going to be facing though? This is the question. Is he going to be up against your #1 points leader in this next battle, Daryl Diaz? Or is he going to be up against Tyler Leach? If Tyler Leach takes down Daryl Diaz, this has monumental implications for the championship. Daryl Diaz's lead potentially disappearing out of the window if he cannot make it in to the top 16. So here we go, Daryl Diaz coming round to the line. Oh, it looks like Tyler Leach has just disconnected from the server. Maybe he's called his 5 minute. So all of our drivers get one 5-minute rule, one competition timeout per event. If they're using it now, it means they cannot use it again. Vogue133, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. So as we wait here, we are just waiting now for Tyler Leach. Apparently it was an AI line issue, hadn't deleted his AI line, came into the competition and was kicked for going the wrong way. So Tyler Leach will just delete his AI line, rejoin. Connor Christensen, Dimitri Mitin, Cormac Gard, Darren Baker, Dijon Reeves, Robert Kwaczynski, Brandon Patrick, Jakub Gadavi, those all still to come. Those are the last battles of the top 32 after this one. This is the last part of this quarter of the top 32 coming up now. Daryl Diaz, your number 1 points leader, is coming to the line to take on Tyler Leach. Daryl Diaz coming round in this S14.9 versus the SN95 of Tyler Leach. They are on the line. These guys ready to go. It is another great battle. USA versus Japan in terms of the cars. That mighty Rice-mobile, the 2JZ powered S14.9, one of those most popular chassis combos that you can think of. And then that supercharged V8 muscle car Mustang in the left-hand lane now comes firing in. Tyler Leach desperate to stay on the quarter of Daryl Diaz. We know Daryl Diaz is a great driver. You don't win 2 back-to-back events without being a great driver. You don't get first place qualifying at one of those events without being a great driver. But is he able to break away from Tyler Leach? Tyler Leach doesn't seem to have an answer for the speed Daryl Diaz has got. Maybe Daryl Diaz was watching that last battle and decided he needed all of the grip to make sure that that SN95 was unable to keep with him. Daryl Diaz crosses the line with that gap to Tyler Leach, but Tyler Leach threw everything at that. You can really see how hard he was working. Look at this. This is fabulous from Daryl Diaz. Look at Tyler Leach as well. Slots into the pocket. Maybe if he'd just been a little bit deeper, he'd have been able to get to it. Comes round and through that section. Just a little bit of a gap opening up there. That is going to be heartbreaking for Tyler Leach. He knows he's going to have to find something absolutely monumental to throw at this. He's going to have to throw the kids in the bathwater with the kitchen sink, everything. He's got to dig deep. He's got to find everything he can. Tyler Leach in the lead position comes off the line, goes for that flick initiation, but look at Daryl Diaz. Daryl Diaz rotating to angle at exactly the same time. Look at Daryl Diaz slotted into the pocket as Tyler Leach uses the massive angle of that SN95, all of the lock in the universe on that car that it wants to run at those huge angles without slowing down. But look at that from Daryl Diaz. This is why he is your current points leader. This is Daryl Diaz on full attack. Was there contact though as Tyler Leach over-rotates a little bit coming into this final section? Daryl Diaz, did he need to push this hard? He wants everyone to remember that he is number 1 in the championship for a reason. Look at this from Tyler Leach though. A great run from him on all of the clipping points, using that massive amount of angle. Just comes in a little bit tight there between 2 and 3, but that from Daryl Diaz. What a statement of intent from him early on in the top 32. He wants everyone to know he is coming for that first place. If he can get a clean sweep, 3 for 3, he has that wheel drop there, so it's not perfect. There is a chink in the Daryl Diaz armour. Is it the chink of not being able to stay quite as tight in behind some of these slightly slower cars, or was it just a small one-off? There is a gap there, but what a statement of intent from Daryl Diaz. Tyler Leach doing a beautiful job. You don't get a chase like that without a lead from the Tyler Leach, the likes of which you can really push up onto the door of. But this is going to have massive championship implications if Daryl Diaz does not make it through to the top 16. That is a win for Daryl Diaz. Is it unanimous though? Yes, it is. Daryl Diaz gets the win. Clearly that anger, rage and aggression that he threw at it there was enough despite the wheel drop. And that Tyler Leach, however, doing everything he could and deserving of everyone's praise for putting up a massive battle for our current championship leader. And that means that we now have 3/4 of our top 32 done and dusted. We know how it's shaping up. This is your top 32 as it sits right now. Austin Zalewski takes on Christopher Lykup. Mark Pretty takes on Brandon Beck. Mustafa Amini will take on Guillermo Cabrera. Brandon Gardner taking on Ernestus Jacoblis. Alexander Yegard taking on Adam Lake. Josh Oxley versus Daryl Diaz. Daryl Diaz has to get past another SN95 for a place in the Great 8. Still to come in this top 32, Connor Christensen versus Dimitri Mitin. Cormac Gard versus Darren Baker. Dijon Reeves versus Robert Kwaczynski. And Brandon Patrick versus Jakub Kadavi. That is what is coming up next. Oh my, oh goodness, oh wow, what a phenomenal set of battles we have had for you over the last couple of runs. This is incredibly exciting stuff. I hope you are as keyed up as I am. I've only had the one coffee this morning. I'm just running on pure stoke, man. I'm having the most amazing time. And I hope that you guys are too. We are ready to go into the last part of our top 32. There is 1/4 of this bracket left to go, and then we're straight into the top 16. There is no break. We might send you to a very short advert because, you know, sponsors and stuff, but we are not going to be hanging around with any of this. We will be moving straight on as much as we can. These guys just joining in onto the server now. Let's see how they get on. We're going to send you across to a very small pump up, remember, so you can see that your last event is in 2 weeks' time. Our little promo video for this last final event, but stay with us, coming very, very soon. Last part of the top 32, and then it will be straight on to the top 16. No hanging around. Let's go. TGDC Pro Round 3, Sekia Hills. Right back with you very soon. That is right, folks. After this round, we have only one more round to go. That is the 27th to the 29th of August. In 2 weeks' time, we have the final. It is coming up. Who is going to take the championship? Who is going to finish in first place after these 4 rounds of chaos? Which 16 drivers will be sending themselves off from us to the Virtual Drift Championship? Don't forget that that starts in just a few short months. These guys will get their licenses and have to immediately start putting together their race program for the Virtual Drift Championship. 16 of our drivers moving on to compete at the highest level in the world for virtual drifting. These cars that they're using right now, used by more pros than any other car pack around the world to our knowledge at the moment. That James Dean replica is the car that James Dean uses for training at the moment. This is how great these guys are. They are using effectively real life cars in a real life way on real life tracks, and it's so much fun to watch. We're having an amazing time here at round 3. So these have been some fantastic battles, same as they were at round 2. We're moving straight on. Next up for you, Connor Christensen versus Dimitri Mitin. It is go time. They are off the line. Connor Christensen in that James Dean S14.9 replica, going for that flick initiation. Dimitri Mitin in the RPS 13, the other hero pack car from this Tsujigiri car pack. That is the Stefan Stefanov BDC replica, and he's using it to great effect. Dimitri Mitin managing to keep up with Connor Christensen as they come through that section. Connor Christensen unable to break away from Dimitri Mitin until this transition. This is the D-cell zone though. This is where it's so crucial. Dimitri Mitin slotting in onto that rear quarter, surging up onto the door, trying to keep that proximity. Now through the transition, Dimitri Mitin, look at him in the pocket of Connor Christensen and across the line. That is a fantastic job from Dimitri Mitin to stay with Connor Christensen, who has been looking so fast all weekend and over the last few events. Connor Christensen tipped by some of the judges as being the potential winner of this event. The review with him yesterday, they just said he was so consistent. He was their one to watch for this event, and we are watching him right now. But Dimitri Mitin bringing the heat to Connor Christensen right up onto that door. Some fantastic work from him as they come through into this section and across the line. Dimitri Mitin to lead now. The two hero cars from our Pro Pack facing off against each other as Dmitry Mitin gets off the line in that RPS 13 2JZ. The Stefan Stefanov replica with the James Dean replica in the pocket of it as Connor Christensen brings the fight to Dmitry Mitin. Look at that from Connor Christensen, slotted right into the pocket. It's all been a carbon copy of their first run together, but this is where the gap started to open up. Is Dmitry Mitin able to break away from Connor Christensen here into the slowdown? Dmitry Mitin comes in shallow just a little bit. That might be the error that defines the run as Connor Christensen stays with him. Is there contact? No, there isn't. Oh, there it is! Just as I say that, there is a little bit of contact there. And our judge is going to be looking very closely at those two errors. Nightmare613, thank you for the follow. Hadn't seen that there. GJR the legend, get that coffee injected into your body, my man. I'm sending it to you from Quebec and Express. It's going to take a while to get here. Express from Quebec to a volcano in the middle of New Zealand is going to take some time, but this run, this has got me all kinds of hyped up. Look at this. It's like caffeine for my brain, but injected via my eyeballs, and I'm loving it. Let's go, guys. Look at this from Dmitry Mitin. Connor Christensen there. It did almost look like Dmitry Mitin was off throttle coming into that inside clip at 8, and that would be a massive error from him. This is going to be crucial. This also has championship implications. Connor Christensen is in the hunt for the championship. 1-2. That's it. Connor Christensen stays in the fight. Is it unanimous? It is unanimous. Dmitry Mitin does not have it in him to take down Connor Christensen. We can confirm Connor Christensen stays in the hunt for that championship, knocking out Dmitry Mitin. That big slowdown in the middle of clip 8, enough. Even with the brilliant work that Dmitry Mitin did through the rest of that section, it looks like that was enough to cause that result. Now we move on. Cormac Guard taking on Darren Baker. RPS 13 2J versus RPS 13 2J. They are here. These guys drive together quite a bit, actually. We've seen them on the line together before. The Dildo of Destiny goes green. Cormac Guard comes off the line. Darren Baker's right in there with him. Cormac Guard in the blue. Darren Baker in the red corner. Here we go. Firing in. Look at Darren Baker sliding up onto that rear quarter with even more angle than Cormac Guard. Managing to hold that proximity. That was beautiful from Darren Baker. I think just that tiny little drag of handbrake from Cormac Guard allowed Darren Baker to excel that angle on the way into that corner. And Darren Baker is a bright red shadow for Cormac Guard right now. Right up in his business. Look at that. Cormac Guard unable to shake Darren Baker, but a beautiful lead from Cormac Guard, allowing Darren Baker to put on this phenomenal chase as they come through and across the line. This is what we came to see, folks. These are some of the best drivers in the world right now, battling out for a place in the #1 championship in the world for virtual drifting. These guys are running the most true-to-life cars that they possibly can in the most aggressive way, and look at the quality of driving it is producing. Absolute phenomenal run from Darren Baker, surging through that smoke line, getting right up into the pocket of Cormac Guard. Does Cormac Guard have an answer for this chase from Darren Baker? Can Darren Baker repeat that phenomenal lead from Cormac Guard? What a fantastic battle. Let's go straight back to the start line. They are lined up and ready. Starters orders for Anders Unger, the driver start line marshal. They are on the line, ready to go. The Dildo of Destiny will go red, 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 and green. There it is, and they are underway. It's go time. Darren Baker in the lead this time round. Cormac Guard goes for that flick initiation. Doesn't have quite the proximity of Darren Baker through that first section, and Darren Baker right on the outside line. Look at that from him. This is as good as it's going to get through turn 1. That was phenomenal from Darren Baker. Cormac Guard back in the fight as they come through the transition, back up onto the door of Darren Baker. Cormac Guard bringing the heat through this corner, up onto the door of Darren Baker. Is it enough? I don't know if Cormac Guard's managing to pull back that first corner error, because Darren Baker is doing everything he needs in that lead position as Cormac Guard finally gets back into the fight in that final section. Have we got an upset here? Has Darren Baker done enough to overturn Cormac Guard? What a phenomenal pair of runs from these great drivers. This for me is where it started to really stamp the effort back in from Cormac Guard. He just uses that decel to really get back into the fight, but isn't able to match that angle from Darren Baker. I think we could see a surprise win from that chase position in the first run. Ireland versus Ireland. Cormac Guard versus Darren Baker. What a battle from both of these guys. That is phenomenal. as we wait for the judges' results to slot into position. Cormac Guard sliding left, Darren Baker sliding right. One more time from Bobby Hill. Are we going to see them go at it again? Are we about to rerun the fun here? That's a result for Darren Baker from Octavian Chelarue. Chris Ennis, the deciding vote now. And Chris Ennis gives it to Darren Baker. Darren Baker gets the win, knocking out Cormac Guard. I can absolutely see the justification for that. Darren Baker's lead and chase, both absolutely inch perfect in that run. That's one of the best first corners that we've seen all day long. In fact, all weekend long. That was my favourite first corner I think I've seen all weekend from Darren Baker there. He now has to take down Connor Christensen in the top 16 as we move on. Dijon Reeves is next to come to the line. Dijon Reeves is going to be taking on Robert Kwiatkowski, and then Brandon Patrick versus Jakub Kadavi. We are at the sharp end of this top 32. We are moving on now into the final section of these battles. We are almost into our top 16. Once the top 32 is done, we are halfway through this event. Dijon Reeves to take on Robert Kwiatkowski. That's coming up next. Oh, no, I'm wrong. This is moved round. I was not informed of this. We somehow have ended up with things in the wrong order. I am so sorry, folks. We missed the first part of this battle. This is actually Brandon Patrick taking on Jakub Kadavi. I don't know why these have switched order. Clearly a 5-minute was called and I wasn't informed as we see them come across the line. All I heard was noises in the background. I don't know why we've moved on to that. And sadly, I'm in control of the cameras as well. We don't know what the first half of that battle looks like. King Crispy 26, thank you for the follow, but I can only apologise, guys. I did not know that that was happening. As we join them on the wall at 5. Hoku Pafari, thank you for the like. They're going to switch round into this one. This is Brandon Patrick and Jakub Kadavi. Someone must have called their 5-minute rule from the battle beforehand. As we go to the second half of this battle, Jakub Kadavi in the lead position, gets off the line away from Brandon Patrick. Brandon Patrick desperate to stay in this fight. Brandon Patrick also has championship conversations, and there is Jakub Kadavi doing a weird slowdown into 2. That is not the decel. The decel is after 2 as Brandon Patrick tries to stay with him through this section. Has Jakub Kadavi done enough from that first run? We don't know what the first corner looked like, only from here on. Jakub Kadavi in a good position. Brandon Patrick surges up onto that front corner. Brandon Patrick going through that section nicely now onto that transition. That's a good slowdown from Brandon Patrick. Is it going to be enough to get him the win? We go back to the replay. Let's have a look at this. Brandon Patrick here, you can see him get all kind of caught up in that transition. Jakub Kadavi gets a beautiful line through that transition across into 4 and then out to 5. Jakub Kadavi absolutely storming through there. And from what we saw of the first run, that was also an excellent bit of manoeuvring from him in the chase position. Do we have a winner? That's going to be the question here as we go to the battle results. Jakub Kadavi versus Brandon Patrick. We still have one battle to go. Brandon Patrick from the UK. Hoko Pufari, hey man, much love from NZ. Oh, thank you very much. I'm midway up Ruapehu at the moment, so it's always good to get love from the local. Do you live stream CarX comps? I'm afraid we don't at the moment. We don't have anything in CarX. But just to interrupt that for a second, I can tell you that Jakub Kadavi has taken down Brandon Patrick in the top 32. That is a win for Jakub Kadavi. Brandon Patrick all out of ideas in that section there as Jakub Kadavi takes his E92 into the top 16. Brandon Patrick will be furious about that. He knows he was in a hunt for a VDC license and that he had a real chance of getting there, but he needs to keep getting those top 16 or better results. Who will face Jakub Kadavi? Is it Dijon Reeves or is it Robert Kwaczynski? That is the battle we now come back to. I don't know who called their 5-minute timeout, but we move back to this earlier battle. Dijon Reeves, Robert Kwaczynski. Robert Kwaczynski to chase. Dijon Reeves in that LSX supercharged PS13. Robert Kwaczynski in that GT86. We come back to it. Let's get rid of that overlay. We've done that twice already. Let's not do it again. They are on the line, ready to go. As they come up on the line, they're under starters orders this time. Anders Unger in control of that light up dildo of destiny, getting those guys positioned correctly. They've got to have fair positioning. We can't have anyone having an advantage coming through that chicane. The chicane is vital for making sure that that chase car has the best chance possible for staying on the lead car. The light goes green on the dildo of destiny. Dijon Reeves comes off the line incredibly fast. Is Robert Kwaczynski going to have an answer for it? Dijon Reeves rotates through clip 1, not quite as deep through clip 1 as we'd like, but look at his positioning through clip 2, and now he comes in shallow through there and allows Robert Kwaczynski back up onto the door. Dijon Reeves getting the hammer down here onto that flick transition. Dijon Reeves nicely through that section as Robert Kwaczynski gets up into the pocket. Robert Kwaczynski pushing hard, but there looks like an error in Robert Kwaczynski as he gets too tight onto that inside line through the smoke line on the transition and then makes contact as they come into 7. Robert Kwaczynski not able to keep with Dijon Reeves in the second half of this battle. Wow, we were not expecting that from Robert Kwaczynski. He's normally Mr. Consistent in the chase position, and here just totally outmaneuvered by Dijon Reeves in that lead position going through most of this section here. This is the crucial part. As Robert Kwaczynski comes into that decel, you can see the gap opening up ever more, ever more, ever more. Robert Kwaczynski must now lead, and this is going to have to be a great lead from Robert Kwaczynski if he wants to keep in with Dijon Reeves going into the top 16. This is for that place in the top 16. It is knockout, knock them down, stand them up and do it again time. Is Dijon Reeves going to be able to stay with Robert Kwaczynski? Has Robert Kwaczynski got an answer for his own errors from that first run as Robert Kwaczynski really filled zone 1. That's much nicer from Robert Kwaczynski through that first section, but Dijon Reeves is right there as both of them come in shallow again. It's not the line the judges wanted to see, but Dijon Reeves doing the best job of that chase position so far. Robert Kwaczynski nice now out onto that outside line. Dijon Reeves is with him. This transition crucial for Dijon Reeves. This is where Robert Kwaczynski had an error as Dijon Reeves loses all of that angle to keep up onto that inside. This is looking like a great chase from Dijon Reeves, and just as I say that, the commentator's curse kicks in and he almost sends it up into the side of Robert Kwaczynski, and you can see just how much slower this run is from where we join them midway through. It's a fixed length replay, and we were late in run 2 there, coming deep into outer zone 4. It's a solid run from both drivers as we come up onto the inside. That send from Dijon Reeves didn't look like it upset Robert Kwaczynski too much, but is it a big enough error to overturn all of the solid work he'd done elsewhere? Dijon Reeves sliding left, Robert Kwaczynski sliding right. Phenomenal work from both drivers. This the last battle of our top 32. Do we have a winner? That is the question. GJR the legend saying Dijon Reeves, baby. Straight fire. Is that what the judges think as well as we wait for this result to drop into place? Robert Kwaczynski on the right for Poland. Dijon Reeves on the left for the United States. This is for a place in the top 16. Unless we go one more time, we are now halfway through today's competition. And we're going one more time. We're going at it again. We're going to rerun the fun. We're straight into it. This battle not done yet. Let's have a look at why as we go back onto these replays. You can see here Dijon Reeves in the chase position as we wait for Robert Kwaczynski to come back round to the start. Dijon Reeves leading first again. Robert Kwaczynski just unable to stay with him in that chase, and I think that literally just came down to this error here from Dijon Reeves. If we had seen him come into this final section of decel just a little bit earlier so that he didn't make that contact, for me, that was Dijon Reeves all day long. I can see why the judges would overturn that with that contact. So let's go back to it. Dijon Reeves has it all to do again. Robert Kwaczynski's got the measure of him now, but does Robert Kwaczynski have the speed in that car to keep up with Dijon Reeves, who has clearly got every single last fraction of a kilometre an hour out of that that PS13 with the LSX under the hood. Let's go back to it. The lights come on and they go green, and Dijon Reeves is off. He knows he's got it all to play for here. He's got to get into clip 1 harder and faster than he did before. Dijon Reeves on that nice line, angles up through 2, runs in a little bit shallow, and it's allowing Robert Kwaczynski to stay in the fight. But look how much Robert Kwaczynski's having to shallow up in that GT86 to stay with Dijon Reeves. That car is so fast. Dijon Reeves going to really pose a threat if he gets through this section, because as there's contact on the wall, the first time we've seen contact on that wall from Robert Kwaczynski in the chase position, almost pushing Dijon Reeves into the wall as Robert Kwaczynski surges back up onto the door, very, very shallow across that section. Let's go back to that replay, make sure that I saw what I think I saw. And you can see how much faster this run is. Look where we join it even before initiation. Dijon Reeves is an absolute rocket ship today. He is so fast through here, and Robert Kwaczynski is having to find every last scrap of talent to keep up with the young American, as this is where it all goes wrong, I think. There's contact just there from Robert Kwaczynski coming away from the wall. Dijon Reeves gets it all wrangled up really nicely onto that outside line as Robert Kwaczynski comes back into the fight here. This transition crucial. You see, Robert Kwaczynski has to keep things so shallow to keep up with Dijon Reeves in that last section. And let's go back to it. They're on the start line. They're ready to go. Robert Kwaczynski to lead. Dijon Reeves to chase. Is that rocket ship fast PS13 about to work in favour of Dijon Reeves as we go at this the one more time? We are rerunning the fun, and look at that from Dijon Reeves right into the pocket of Robert Kwaczynski, hard up onto the rear quarter. This is where the slowdown happens, and you can see Dijon Reeves just using that little bit of corner cutting to stay in proximity. Somehow in the lead position, we are seeing Robert Kwaczynski even faster than he was in the chase. Maybe there's just more heat in his tyre, but that's a big slowdown from Robert Kwaczynski. That is a massive slowdown. Is it going to allow Dijon Reeves to get up into the pocket? Look at that surge from Dijon Reeves, wrangling that car right up into that rear quarter. And this time we're even faster. Look, Robert Kwaczynski has definitely found some speed, because this time we join them also just before the initiation. This is so much faster from Robert Kwaczynski. Toko13013, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Great to have you here as we see Dijon Reeves chasing Robert Kwaczynski. This is the final battle of the top 32 for a place in the top 16. We are halfway through today's competition, and I don't know which way this is going. Has Robert Kwaczynski's error in that chase position from the first run of this one more time given the game away? Is this Dijon Reeves finally overcoming it? Much better runs from Robert Kwaczynski that time, and not the same error from Dijon Reeves in the chase. You can see how much Robert Kwaczynski slows that car down as he comes into the outside zone, into the decel zone just before clip 8, the final clip on the track. That is a huge amount of decel from Robert Kwaczynski. Is this enough? Do we have a winner? It looks like we do. We have a winner. Dijon Reeves takes the win. That rocket ship fast PS13 advances Dijon Reeves onto the top 16, where he will take on Jakub Kadavi. That was one hell of a battle from those guys. In fact, you know what? This top 32 has almost not had a single bad moment in it. What a fabulous way to start off our run through round 3 of TGDC Pro. And this is how your top 32 turned in to your top 16. Austin Zalewski took out Hayley King in the first battle of the night. Brilliantly done by Hayley to stay up with Austin in that first battle. Then Johan Garcia sadly knocked out by Christopher Lykup. So Austin Zalewski versus Christopher Lykup in your top 16. Mark Pretty managed to get past Olof Eriksson and will face Brandon Beck in the top 16 after he defeated Serban Matei. And the lower half of that side of the bracket, Mustafa Amini defeated Paavo Nurmi to take on Guillermo Cabrera, who managed to make it past Ronnie Blakesley. And Brandon Gardner will take on Inesis Jacoubelis after they respectively got past Joachim Haig and Sean O'Doux. On the other half of the bracket, Alexander Yegard will take on Adam Lake. Logan Daniels and Warren Green are losing out to the two of them. Josh Oxley managed to make his way past William Holloway, one of our serious championship contenders, and he will take on the current points leader, our number one qualifier last week, who struggled this week, Daryl Diaz, after he made it past Tyler Leach. Connor Christensen defeated Dimitri Mitin to take on Darren Baker, who managed to make his way past Cormac Guardian in an all-Irish face-off. And we just saw Dijon Reeves take it one more time against Robert Kaczynski to then get through. He will face Jakub Kadavi, whose E92 was just too much car for Brandon Patrick. And that is how our top 16 has shaped up this week for round 3 Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge. This is going to be one hell of a fight. There is not a single bad battle on that list. It is going to be toe-to-toe all the way through. We are not going to take a break. I can hear the drivers warming up in the background. They're loading into the server. We're going to cut straight back to the track. We're going to have a look at that track overview while they get to the line, give you guys a chance to process just how massive this next round of battles is going to be. We're halfway through. The same number of battles as we've just had remain and stand between our current drivers and the podium position. Who will win? Who is going to emerge from round 3 at Sekia Hills victorious? Will Daryl Diaz still be at the top of the championship after this round? Tune in straight away. We're going right back to it. Let's find out as we move on to our top 16. And our first battle of the night on this top 16 is going to be Austin Zalewski. What a run he has had over the last couple of weeks. ISAR1703, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Good to have you here. Let's have a look at this track for those of you who have not already seen it. This is the beautiful layout here at Sekia Hills with our rather aggressively fluttering banners on that left-hand side, keeping everything nicely branded there. Massive thanks to all of our sponsors once again. First of all, to all of our Patreons. If you support us, patreon.com/Tsujigiri Collective. You can get all of the access to our upcoming cars through there, or depending on your tier, as well as access to our exclusive chat sections on the Discord and also our private Tsujigiri Discord and Patreon servers. Thank you to all of our main sponsors. That is first of all to the people that you can't see quite there. I'll see if I can find a banner from them, and that is to Grip Royal, who are somewhere over here, to Grip Royal, who are providing the first place prize for the championship, and also to the Virtual Drift Championship for trusting us as their number one feeder series for 2021. Thank you also to Retro Speed Shop, Enimed Racing Fuels, E-Power, to Carl Dango Farrar, What Would Dango Do, and the Duamanji brand. Thank you to Eclipse Motorsport. Thank you to Zeknova Tires. Thank you to Fiber Factory, and thank you most of all to you guys watching at home. This event is nothing without people watching, and here you see, this is that track. When we talk about Sekia Hills being a roller coaster, you really can see it here. The highest point of the track is the point of initiation. They come flying here. It's even a climb up to this point of initiation from the start line there, and then it just falls away. What you can't see when you're watching on the stream is that this track absolutely drops away from the drivers through this first corner. A massive bump there on the inside edge, flying out here to clip 2. The lowest point of the track just down here, arriving up at clip 3. All the way from here, then back up the hill. You can see the elevation change as they come up past 4, over to the wall at 5, then through this section, down into the D-cell here at 6, where they've been pushing deep out to that tyre wall. And then here, another climb through these last 2 turns at 7 and 8. As we wait for Austin Zalewski and the rest of the drivers to come onto the server and to come over. You can see we're using these lovely little Kunos provided Fiat 500s as our judging cars, and as Unger is over here in this, which is our start line marshal vehicle. This is our, helps if I press the right button, this is our semaphore, the drivers have started referring to some weeks ago as the dildo of destiny. If you can't see it when you start your runs, you are all out of luck, as Anders shows you those lights coming on and off. What a beautiful piece of kit that is, and it has transformed the way that we operate. We don't give the drivers a 3-2-1. They have to be able to see the lights. It is part of the requirement of the championship, and these lights are easy to see all the time as long as their settings are correct. All of these cones you see in front of you are solid. All of this is to make sure that there is as fair as possible a chance for them to get off the line. If you guys have downloaded the pack and you want access to this start line semaphore, then you can get that from the website and the Discord as well, because that is an 1,000 horsepower S-body masquerading as a tiny post, and it's very, very funny to drive, especially as it's totally silent. We are ready to go on the line right now. It is time. These guys are off the line. Chris Lykup in that chase position. We see him chasing down onto Austin Zalewski. Chris Lykup not got a clue how to keep up with Austin Zalewski into that first section there. Austin Zalewski on an absolute tear as Chris Lykup finally slots into formation. It looks like maybe the grip in Chris Lykup's car almost too much for this battle with Austin Zalewski. He's having to struggle to stay in behind him as Chris Lykup brings the fight. What a transition from Chris Lykup in that big SC300. You see the cartoonified Belle Delphine on his bonnet as he sends it up the inside onto Austin Zalewski's door, round and through and across the line. Let's go back and watch that on the replay. These guys absolutely sending it. Beautiful run here from Austin Zalewski. This is what we get with our number one qualifier. We know that he's incredibly fast. He's incredibly strong in that lead position. Is he going to be able to overcome Formula Drift driver Chris Lykup as Chris Lykup sends it up the inside in that giant SC300. The big thing here, that SC300 washes so much from side to side. It's very hard to chase on these tight tracks. You've got to give it so much room as it comes through those transitions. We switch them round. Austin Zalewski will now chase in Christopher Lykup. Is this the upset we're going to see this week? Is our number one qualifier about to be defeated by that enormous SC300 of Chris Lykup as Chris Lykup sends it along, goes for that big flick initiation, gets the hammer down, number 626 Chris Lykup. Beautiful line from him there, but Austin Zalewski unfazed. This is the first transition. He's got to give enough room for that big SC300 as Chris Lykup just overshoots clip 4 but slots beautifully onto the wall. Look at that. Chris Lykup is beautifully in control of that lead position, but look at the chase from Austin Zalewski, bringing the heat onto Chris Lykup's door. This transition crucial as Austin Zalewski sends it hard up the inside. I think we might have a winner, and I don't know if we're going to see an upset here. I think Austin Zalewski had Chris Lykup's number right from the word go there. But Chris Lykup, he is here to get his VDC license. This top 16, if he's made it through to this and he can get a good result next time, that might be enough to see him through into those 16 drivers that take it to the VDC later on this year. Austin Zalewski definitely on track to have done enough to be one of those drivers after his podium last week at round 2. As we go back to the battle results, let's have a look at this. Bobby, Octav and Chris sliding left for Austin Zalewski, sliding right for Chris Lykup. It's an all USA face-off. Which way is this going to go? Place your bets now in the chat. See who we have here. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's unanimous. Austin Zalewski getting the win. Austin Zalewski continues his march towards another podium position. Austin Zalewski taking down the Formula Drift driver Chris Lykup. Austin will be thrilled with that result. He knows he's got it in him to go further in this competition. Chris Lykup acquitting himself well this week. Much better to see this time around from him. He's clearly back in the rhythm for the competition. As we move on, Mark Pretty to take on Brandon Beck. On the line now, Mark Pretty in that S14.9, the lead car for this battle. First of all, Brandon Beck in the chase position. He's in that SN95 Mustang, that big Mustang. Two massive winged cars going at it. Those wings generating real downforce. That's all been simulated for this car pack from Tsujigiri. As we see Brandon Beck in that chase position, trying to slot in onto Mark Pretty. Mark Pretty doing a lovely job in that S14, pushing hard out onto that outside line. Gets the hammer down now in onto that inside edge, but Mark Pretty not able to shake Brandon Beck. Brandon Beck has done a brilliant job of getting grip into that SN95, keeping up with this James Dean replica as he sends it up the inside. Beautiful line from Mark Pretty, and that might be enough to just start to shake Brandon Beck loose as they come into this section. The D-cell from Brandon Beck trying to push up onto the door of Mark Pretty and across the line. Here we see coming into that section, Mark Pretty absolutely firing through turn one. But he's not able to get away from Brandon Beck here. All of this section beautifully executed from both drivers, coming nicely out onto that outside zone. Brandon Beck managing to stay in touch with what should be a much faster car. Suggests he's really got that SN95 dialed in. Now the question is, can Mark Pretty handle the angle that we know that SN95 can throw down in the lead position? So Brandon Beck to lead now as they've come back to the start. The lights go green. Brandon Beck is off in that lead position. Mark Pretty staying with him along that start, firing it in onto that outside line. Mark Pretty right there with him, but Brandon Beck's got a great line through there. Takes that nice mid line using a little bit of left foot braking to massage it out beautifully wide into clip 3, maybe almost a wheel drop there, and that snap transition from Brandon Beck. Is this going to be enough to overcome Mark Pretty? Mark Pretty about the same distance back as Brandon Beck was in that first run as Mark Pretty surges up onto the inside and then surges again using that super shallow angle to keep proximity. Dives up onto the inside. Mark Pretty getting a little bit of lag there now perhaps as they make it across the line. A great run from both drivers. Now it's going to come down to who can take this further. Does Mark Pretty have the number of Brandon Beck in this chase position? I've got to be honest, I can see this going one more time. I don't think we have a clear winner from this battle. As they come across the line, we go back to the results. Mark Pretty on the left. Brandon Beck on the right. It is Australia versus Canada in this Commonwealth face-off. Brandon Beck wondering if he's got Mark Pretty's number. Mark Pretty gets one, and it's a one more time. Oh, it's a split decision, but Brandon Beck defeated in this instance by Mark Pretty. That was so close. Mark Pretty continues on to face Austin Zalewski. Will he have enough left in the tank to face our number one qualifier in the Great 8? Brandon Beck acquitting himself beautifully there. Drove fantastically in that section. Great to see him really bringing the heat in that SN95. As we move on, our next battle, Mustafa Amini versus Guillermo Cabrera. Now this has one more times written all over it. Both of these drivers hungry to go further in the competition. Mustafa Amini yet to come away with a win in TGDC Pro. He wants the top of the podium this week, and he has been looking consistent as he always does, but is this finally his week? Only one round left after this for Mustafa Amini to get his win if he doesn't get it this time. Round 4 coming up in 2 weeks' time at the end of August. In the meantime, RPS 13 2JZ, Stefan Stefanov Hero replica car from the Tsujigiri car pack versus that E92 N54, the most powerful car in the pack. On big tracks, undoubtedly one of, if not the outright absolute quickest car in the pack, but round here, the fantastic traction of that E92 somewhat neutralised as Mustafa Amini goes for that enormous flick in, keeps that momentum high, and look at the angle from Mustafa Amini right on the outside line, and it looks like Guillermo Cabrera did not have the realisation of just how wide on that outside line. Mustafa Amini caused himself problems by dropping wheels, and he's done it again. Oh my word, look in the background there as Guillermo Cabrera has flipped the car. Guillermo Cabrera sending that car into space in the background. That is surely the battle over as we go to the replay. What a horrific accident. Marshals running in from every direction. You got to give it to him. Guillermo Cabrera really sent that car. It's been a while since we've seen an accident like that. This is where I'm glad that we don't have any of the real cars out on this track. That is the kind of accident that you spend a long time clearing up. What a send. That and sadly in this instance, unlike the SpaceX launches, that was unrecoverable. That booster will not be used for another launch, and we'll have to get a new one. Guillermo Cabrera and Mustafa Amini allowed to go back to the pits because Guillermo Cabrera was not able to restart to the start line without going back to the pits after that launch. Mustafa Amini in the chase position. We're just waiting for Guillermo Cabrera to come up to the line. Sounds to me like he will be using a 5-minute rule maybe. There's some kind of computer error. No, he's appearing in the background. Guillermo Cabrera happy not to take his 5-minute there. He has had to reset. That is in our rules. We insist that drivers do not reset between runs unless they are unable to start the run without the reset. And in this instance, that was absolutely true. The lights come on. Guillermo Cabrera comes off the line. Almost a full start there. The light was just green as he started that launch, as Guillermo Cabrera tries to overcome his own massive error in that run. Mustafa Amini does not need to be pushing this hard. He is just doing it for the fans back home. He wants to just show everyone that he is here for that top step today. Mustafa Amini doing a beautiful job in behind Guillermo Cabrera, tucked in behind that very fast M54 powered BMW. Guillermo Cabrera on a nice line here, but it is not going to matter after his venture into space from run 1. We already know how this is played out. Guillermo Cabrera has not done enough there. Unless there is something that I am massively missing on that first run. Unless there is some kind of error from Mustafa Amini that caused that horrific accident for Guillermo Cabrera. So Mustafa Amini would have to be at fault for that accident for this to not go the way that we can all see, I think, that it is going. We go to the judges just to be absolutely sure. Lucas Gockel, Ben, your commentary is to die for. Thank you very much, Lucas. There is confirmation as if it were needed. There wasn't anything that we didn't see. Mustafa Amini doing the work he needed to do. Sad to see Guillermo Cabrera go out, but at this stage in the competition it's sad to see any of these drivers go out because they are all cracking competitors. It is so fantastic to see these guys here. We really love having them around. Brandon Gardner next. Brandon Gardner comes up to the line. Hopefully we will not see more attempts to launch satellites from Sekir Hills. It is not a launch pad, gentlemen. It is now a solar farm. We bring the energy to us. We don't send it out into space. Brandon Gardner taking on Enestis Jacoubelis. Our first all GT86 battle. Brandon Gardner to lead first, coming off the line in the yellow GT86. Enestis Jacoubelis in the red GT86. So they go firing into this initiation. Brandon Gardner out in that lead position. Enestis Jacoubelis just giving him a little nudge straight away. Knock, knock, buddy. I'm right here with you all the way through turn 1. Nice from both drivers there. Brandon Gardner allowing Enestis Jacoubelis into the fight with that excellent lead line. Really opens the door for the guy in the chase position. And Nestor Jakublis taking full advantage, coming right inside Brandon Gardner. Hello, I am here. You are not getting away, says Nestor Jakublis, and across the line. What a fabulous run from both of those guys. Oh, and I've done it again. 3 times, you've got to be kidding me. Or have I? No, I haven't. We go through to it. We're just waiting for that replay to end. As they come through, you can see straight away this is a very fast run. Very fast run from both of these guys. These GT86s absolutely lit up all the way through this course. Beautiful dive into this final section by Nestor Jakublis as he manages to get up onto the door. And then through into this final section, sends it again. Brandon Gardner unable to get away. We go back to the start line. Thank you to Anders for realising that it was me being a tit and not that I'd actually messed up that replay. We are ready to go. They are on the line again. They have switched around. It is now Nestor Jakublis to lead. Brandon Gardner to chase. Nestor Jakublis in the red. Brandon Gardner in the yellow. They've switched around. Ketchup and mustard fighting for supremacy as they come firing into this first corner. Your votes, please. What would you have on your hot dog as Nestor Jakublis fires into the outside line? It's another beautiful run in the lead position from Nestor Jakublis, matching perfectly that run from Brandon Gardner as they come through this section. Brandon Gardner wants this. He needs this. He's got to get through to the next part of the battle tree if he wants to be in a contention for that license this year. And that's the big send. Is it enough? Brandon Gardner bringing the heat into this final section. What a fabulous battle we have seen from both of these guys. In the chat, Gowdy Drifts. Oh, I got to say that flip was pretty intense in VR. Oh my word, I didn't realise you were in VR, dude. I bet that was absolutely horrific. It's meant to be a driving simulator, man, not a space simulator. You want to go and play Elite Dangerous if you're going to do stuff like that. As we see this battle come into its final stages, Nestor Jakublis leading in Brandon Gardner. Both of these guys going absolutely ham through that whole run. What a fantastic battle that was. More of that, please, gentlemen, and I reckon we could see more of that. That's the kind of run that you see go one more time, 3 or 4 times. Those guys were really at it. But was it flawless from both sides? Was it enough to keep everything balanced? Alan Hines, welcome along with your party of 24. Good to have you here. You just missed Guillermo Cabrera send his E92 to space. He absolutely launched it. You'll see it if you go back on the replays. Oh, we have a winner. I can confirm that Nestor Jakublis has been defeated by Brandon Gardner. That balloon of hope that Brandon Gardner is holding in his photo there is still alive. It is still inflated. It is still up. However, it means that he must now face Mustafa Amini, a man who we know is Mr. Consistent in the Great 8. In fact, let's show you what that bracket looks like so far. Austin Zalewski will be pleased with himself today, taking down Formula Drift driver Christopher Leikup as Mark Pretty makes it on past Brandon Beck to face him in the Great 8. Mustafa Amini getting the better of Rocket Man Guillermo Cabrera, who sent it deep into the grass and flipped his own car miles off into the Japanese countryside. Mustafa Amini getting the win there to take on now Brandon Gardner in the Great 8. Nestor Jakublis put up a beautiful fight there, worked as hard as he could, and was unable to stop Brandon Gardner's march to the Great 8. On the other side of the bracket, coming up next, Alexander Yegard will take on Adam Lake. Josh Oxley will take on your current points leader, Daryl Diaz, in a fight that will surely be all about pride for Josh Oxley. Can you imagine how happy the Tasmanian Devil will be if he defeats our current points leader? We will never hear of the end of it. On the lower part of that bracket, Connor Christensen taking on Darren Baker, and Dijon Reeves, who fought his way past Robert Kwaczynski in those last few battles of the top 32, will take on Jakub Kadavi, who defeated Brandon Patrick early on in that top 32. You know, that is the kind of upset that Brandon Patrick needed to avoid to still be in the hunt for a licence later on this season. With only one round, just one, round remains after this one. We are over halfway through round 3. We have only got a few more battles to go in our top 16. Then we go straight on through to our Great 8. This is an incredibly exciting competition. The standard of driving has been phenomenal right from the first run, where Hayley King, who qualified 32nd, took a really strong fight to Austin Zalewski, who is our number 1 qualifier. So even from the very, very first battle of that event, that top 32, it has been an absolute standout competition so far. We move straight on into the next half of that top 16. Who do you guys think is going to stand atop the podium today? We are seeing some fantastic driving, and all of those crucial points that the judges were so hard on during the qualifying rounds, those are the exact areas where you can see the drivers having problems in the battles, and that is the reason why qualifying is set up the way it was and the track is set up the way it is because those are so crucial to the outcome of the battles. It has to be driven right, or you cannot have a clean and fair battle. We move on. The second half of our top 16 right away here. The drivers are coming in. Let's get back to it. Live fast. I heard his moustache grows bigger when he stares into the sun. Johnson 42011, like a solar panel. Yes, chaps, that is exactly right. I am solar powered. My moustache is full of chloroform. No, that's definitely the wrong thing to say. Not chloroform. I'm part. I don't know where I'm going with this. I think it's probably best that I don't make that joke any longer. But we move on, and this is it. Alexander Jaegard, your number 2 qualifier. Alexander Jaegard, who was looking so consistent, takes on Adam Lake, another driver who's been on a tear. We know Adam Lake is incredibly fast in that chase position. He has been pushing people around all day in both practice and the first battle of the day. Look at Adam Lake bringing it to Alexander Jaegard, but that is only possible because Alexander Jaegard is on an absolutely storming run in that lead position. Adam Lake tries to bring it up on that transition right into the door of Alexander Jaegard, and he manages it nicely there. This is Alexander Jaegard's territory, though. He has been sublime in these slowdowns as Adam Lake oversends it. Adam Lake sends it into the door of Alexander Jaegard as we go to the replay. Let's see that again. Oh, wow. Hi, guy 420166. Thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Look at this from Adam Lake. The first half of this battle, he is all up in Alexander Jaegard's business. This is the Adam Lake that we have been seeing of the last few weeks. He is really getting involved here, and you can see that dive. He brings it into Alexander Jaegard nicely through clip 7, but this send, this is where it goes wrong. That is so much send into a decel zone as they come through into that section. HMM, yes, thank you for the follow. Yes, I'm guessing. Welcome along. Thank you for coming. As we see them switch around. Alexander Jaegard to chase. Adam Lake in the lead position. Here we go. Adam Lake will know he has it all to do. He's going to have to open up the gap on Alexander Jaegard here, but Alexander Jaegard's got his number. Alexander Jaegard just as fast in that RPS 13. Stefan Stefanos replica as we go wide, and there's contact as Adam Lake was trying to wrangle onto that outside line. There's contact there as well. Who is at fault for that contact? As Adam Lake gets out into the wall, Alexander Jaegard tries to get all up in his business this time. Look at that send from Alexander Jaegard. This is scrappy. This is scrappier than we were expecting. These guys are both good drivers, and we know they want to get through. Who has got more left in the tank at the end of this battle? Let's go to the replay. I want to see who was at fault for that contact early on. And we join them coming through clip 2. This is where it starts to go wrong in this battle. Adam Lake is very wide. He was still on throttle, though, as Alexander Jaegard pushes up into his door. I am so glad I am not judging today. That is the kind of nightmare scenario where there's an error in both situations for the judges to try and ponder over. They have their own replays, don't forget. They're not just seeing what you and I are seeing on screen. They have their own replays, they have their own telemetry. Everything is available to the judges to give them the best possible chance here. As we go back to look at this from the top, look at these guys over here. Those are not happy people. They are not donutting around each other. They know that this is not done yet. They could well be going at it again. They are sat over in the corner, pondering, waiting to see who comes through out of this on top, as we wait for the judges as well. Syrinth in the chat, surely one more time. Maybe, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We wait to see this slot into place. Alexander Jägard from Sweden versus Adam Lake of the USA. OMT Madge. We don't know yet. We're waiting to see. Waiting for this to drop in. Oh, we have a winner. We have a winner, and it is Alexander Jägard. The judges clearly deciding that fault for those contact going to Adam Lake. I can see it. I'm glad I didn't have to make that decision. I think Adam Lake might have been lifting, trying to avoid going off track there. So I can see the judges. Don't forget, they will have gone back and looked exactly at that replay over and over again while we're waiting for people to come in onto the next part of the track. Let us go back and have a look at it again. Alexander Jägard makes it past Adam Lake in a controversial battle, but I can see that. Croatian Drift Alliance Pro Competition. Yes, it is. As these guys go off here, we come back to the next battle in our top 16. And that is Josh Oxley versus Daryl Diaz. This is going to be extraordinary. Daryl Diaz, the higher qualifier, to lead first. Josh Oxley in the chase position. Daryl Diaz, your number 1 points leader right now, waiting to take on Josh Oxley, who is honestly, at this point, probably just happy to be here. He will be thrilled he has made it to the top 16 at all. The competition has been incredibly tight so far this season, and Josh Oxley somehow managing to keep with Daryl Diaz through turn 1. The speed of that little 14.9 neutralised by Josh Oxley coming onto that inside line, and look at Josh Oxley surging up onto the door of Daryl Diaz. Josh Oxley wants this. He knows he's got a chance here. Josh Oxley with the proximity as Daryl Diaz angles up, but the angle won't work on the SN95. That car is incredibly good running at high angle as Josh Oxley gets right back into the pocket of Daryl Diaz. Scorp, where have you found all of this? From now on, that's how you drive, my man. Well done to you. Great to see Josh Oxley bringing the fight to the man who is currently leading this championship. Daryl Diaz is absolutely on a tear, but look, he angles up and Scorp's got it all right there. Josh Oxley has it in the bag to be able to throw that angle, surges back up onto the door and is right back in the pocket. You can see that there is a little bit of wavering from that connection issue because Josh Oxley all the way out in Tasmania, and our server today currently on the east coast of the USA. And that is an amazing lead by Daryl. Amazing lead by Daryl. You can only get a chase like that from Scorp with a lead like that from Daryl as Josh Oxley gets into the business, running that left foot brake, trying to get in. Josh Oxley breaking away a little bit from Daryl Diaz in the early part of that run as Josh Oxley angles up. Look at the angle that SN95 can run. Josh Oxley onto the transition, nicely deep out onto the wall there, but Daryl Diaz is in the pocket. Could this go one more time? Do we have a winner here as Daryl Diaz drops back on Scorp? Scorp driving up onto the inside. Good line from both drivers here. This is the final transition. This is where we've seen so much controversy. Daryl Diaz right in the pocket. That's fantastic driving from both guys, and that battle way closer than we have seen from anyone would have expected for that battle there. Josh Oxley digging as deep as he possibly could, really onto that outside line nicely. Daryl Diaz able to stay with him. This is a phenomenal run from both of them. Look at Daryl Diaz right up in the pocket of Josh Oxley. Sakifan, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. You join us at an incredibly exciting time in this competition. What a fantastic battle from both of these guys. As we go to it, Daryl Diaz your number one points leader right now, Josh Oxley. His first top 16 of the championship so far. He is just going to be thrilled to have done it. I am not surprised by this result. It is unanimous for Daryl Diaz, but Scorp can hold his head up high there. Josh Oxley did a fantastic job of keeping that proximity with Daryl Diaz. In the end, though, Daryl Diaz and his incredibly clean chase there, able to really bring the pressure and keep that consistent distance all the way through that final section, able to put him ahead as we move on to our next battle. An all S-body battle, Connor Christensen to take on Darren Baker. Connor Christensen versus Darren Baker. We go straight into this now. So here we go, on the line now. Connor Christensen versus Darren Baker. Connor Christensen in that lead position in the S14.9. That James Dean replica as used by James Dean himself for his practice during his off-season. Nice line from Connor Christensen, getting deep there. But in that background, Darren Baker in the red RPS 13, the Stefan Stefanov replica, absolutely sending it up onto the inside edge. This is a beautiful run from both of these guys. Connor Christensen unable to shake that RPS 13 shadow, but just as I say it, Darren Baker gets a little bit too eager, gets up on into that inside edge. Darren Baker trying to do everything he can to stay with Connor Christensen as Connor Christensen puts down that beautiful lead line. We join them here just coming through turn one. Connor Christensen onto that outside edge. Really nice driving there from him as he comes firing through into this outer line. But look at this from Darren Baker. That transition, beautiful. Connor Christensen almost a little bit late on that transition, drives around the outside of clip 4, giving Darren Baker that opportunity to send it hard up the inside onto this section. But there's the contact. Could that be run defining for Darren Baker? Is that the extra bit of push that he didn't need that's just going to push him over the edge? Or was that too much slowdown by Connor Christensen as they come into that final section? Let's have a look. We move on. The judges will decide when we get to the end of the battle. In the meantime, Connor Christensen in the chase position now. Darren Baker has to put on a lead at least as good as Connor Christensen's, because we know Connor Christensen is fast in that chase position. And as I say that, look at him slot forward, going wheel to wheel with Darren Baker to make sure he's got that proximity through turn one. Connor Christensen with a much nicer transition in the chase position than he had in the lead through into clip 4. But Darren Baker's starting to pull away from Connor Christensen. And just as I say that, Darren Baker drops a wheel, unable to keep things wrangled in together. Darren Baker cannot shake Connor Christensen now in this last section. That S14.9 absolutely savage out of the slowdowns. Look at this from Darren Baker though. Fantastic lead in that first section. Really fulfills outer clip zoo. Much better than most people in that first section. Phenomenal line from both of these guys there. And that transition, beautiful from Connor Christensen. Able to take advantage of that line as much as possible to get right up into the pocket. There's that little error from Darren Baker. Is that going to match up with the error that we saw in the first one to see that put through in favour of Connor Christensen as we go straight across to the judges' results to find out. The judges today, Bobby Hill, Octavian Shelaroo and Christopher Ennis. Waiting on those judges' results to slot in. Here we see. Just waiting on those final results. Clearly the judges trying to decide who was at fault for that contact in the first run. They've gone back to their own replays. They're checking over those. They're looking at their own telemetry, making sure that people were on throttle at the correct time. We don't put that overlay up for you guys as part of the visuals here because frankly it's just a huge amount of information, but it looks like we might have a winner. That's one vote for Connor Christensen from Christopher Ennis. Did Brandon Beck just send it too much into there? Sorry, Darren Baker, isn't it? Not Brandon Beck. I apologise, Darren. Did Darren Baker just get too much send into clip 7? Christopher Ennis has made his decision, but Bobby Hill and Octavian Chelarue still deciding. Oh, it's a one more time from Bobby Hill. Octavian Chelarue. The deciding vote now. Tense moment for both of these drivers as they try to work out what's going to go on. Does Octavian Chelarue have a winner? We cannot be a fly on the wall of the judges' tower right now. Especially in heated moments like this. It'd be fascinating, but it'd also be deeply weird because they genuinely get right down into the deepest, darkest part of every single run. Maybe just as simple as a difference of opinion on whether that was an excessive slowdown by Connor Christensen coming into clip 7. As we wait to see. It's a one more time. They're going at it again. We're going to rerun the fun. We're going straight back to the start. Our first one more time of the top 16. Oh no. Yes, it is our first one more time of the top 16. Connor Christensen to take on Darren Baker one more time. Rerun the fun. Take it back to the top, boys. We are doing it all over again. I have no problems with that. I am happy to see Connor Christensen and Darren Baker go at this again. USA versus Ireland. S14.9 versus RPS 13. 2Js under both of these hoods. Both of the hero cars from our Pro Pack. This is phenomenal. They come back to the line. Connor Christensen to lead again on the left-hand side of your screens as you're looking right now in that teal S14.9 James Dean replica versus that red Darren Baker driven Stefan Stefanov replica car from the British Drift Championship. They are off the line simultaneously, launching as the light goes green. Connor Christensen trying to break away, uses every last bit of acceleration at his disposal to get away from Darren Baker. Up onto the line here from Connor Christensen, but Darren Baker will not be shaken. Darren Baker wants this. He is hungry for a place in the Great 8 as Connor Christensen uses that left foot brake to wrangle the car out to the wall. Really aggressive driving from Darren Baker in the chase position. Is it aggressive enough to stay with him without touching this time? Absolutely phenomenal. Good transition there from Darren Baker, but Connor Christensen even managed to find a tidier run than his first one there. That's incredible. Phenomenal run from both of these guys here. Connor Christensen doing everything we have ever asked of a lead driver. That would have been probably an even higher qualifying position for him if he'd been pulling runs like that out during qualifying yesterday. It's as good as we can ask through that first section, and he goes nice and deep through 6. That's the line we want to see. This is a phenomenal lead from Connor Christensen, but that good lead always opens the door for a good chase, and that is what happened there. Great chase driving from Darren Baker. Now the roles are reversed. We're going at it again. It's rerun the fun time on Darren Baker's lead. This one more time battle has half left in it. They are off. Darren Baker launches as soon as the light goes green, but Connor Christensen's right with him. Connor Christensen's almost alongside as he goes for the initiation. Darren Baker goes firing into that inside line, but Connor Christensen, determined to bring the effort up onto that door, ends up slightly forward of Darren Baker, trying to really force that proximity. Connor Christensen wants this. He needs this. He's up in the pocket, trying desperately to put the pressure onto Connor Christensen. He wants Connor Christensen knowing he's right in his business, and it's working. Connor Christensen has forced that error from Darren Baker. A wheel drop from Darren Baker going through 6 as Connor Christensen sends it. Look at the proximity. He's inside him as he goes through that section and across the line. Look at this from both of these drivers. This is final worthy competition driving here. We're seeing a great run from Darren Baker. There is one small mistake from him there. Otherwise, I think lead versus lead, they were pretty much identical as they go for the transition, and this is it. That is a non-consensual entry from Connor Christensen into Darren Baker there. Look at this, both of these guys waiting for the judges' results to turn up. I think we might have a winner this time. as we wait the results. Ireland versus the USA. That's one vote again from Chris Owen. Another one more time, even quicker on the decision there from Octavian Chelarue. Bobby Hill, the deciding factor this time. Could we see them go at it again? What are they looking at that they're seeing that I'm not seeing? I do not have my judge's hat on, but it doesn't matter. Bobby Hill has reached a decision. Bobby Hill gives it to Conor Christensen. That is as tight as you would ever want it to be in a battle decision. Conor Christensen just getting the win there. Darren Baker having really brought the fight to Conor Christensen all the way through both parts of that battle. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was astonishingly enjoyable. We all had a wonderful time. Bell Racing 124, he just wanted to talk to him about his extended warranty. Yes, he did. Hello. Please, we'd like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty, whether you wish to or not. Dijon Reeves coming up next. Dijon Reeves leading in against Jakob Kadavi. Dijon Reeves in that incredibly fast run. If you guys were with us for the top 32, you will remember that thing is as fast as any S-body we've seen around this track. He is probably the fastest man here that is not in an E92, but it is a shame for him that right now he goes up against Jakob Kadavi in an E92. We know those BMWs are fast. We know that they have got the grip through this first corner, and even as I say that, the gap opens up. Dijon Reeves breaking away from Jakob Kadavi, who manages to get back into that fight right at the end of turn one. And look at him now through this transition. Dijon Reeves has got all the grip in the universe in that in that PS13. As he comes wide, and as I say that, too much grip maybe. Was that contact forcing him wide, or was that understeer from Dijon Reeves as he comes into clip 6? Let's go back to the replay and have a look at it again. Wow. I think Dijon Reeves has taken some of the grip out of that car to make it a bit more drivable, because we join him so much later on in that run than we did when he was in the top 32. Using all of that angle, and this is potentially where it comes unravelled. Dijon Reeves gets the angle up. Is there contact? No, I don't think there is. I think that's an error from Dijon Reeves in the lead position. That is such a shame. We do not want to see that from him, because he is a real competitor at this track this week. We go back to the start. Dijon Reeves now in the chase position. Jakob Kadavi will feel like he has an advantage from that chase. He will have seen that error from Dijon Reeves. He'll be pretty sure he didn't make contact with him, although you can never be absolutely certain. Let's see how this plays out as Dijon Reeves now chases in that incredibly fast E92. You saw how easily Jakob Kadavi reeled Dijon Reeves back in as they came into clip 2. Does Dijon Reeves have it in the tank to force an error from Jakob Kadavi by getting right up inside that edge? And he does. Look at the proximity from Dijon Reeves. That is a D-cell zone. That's contact in the D-cell zone. Dijon Reeves will not be doing himself any favours there unless the drivers have been engaged in excessive D-cell. The judges might well think that was a lot of D-cell from Jakob Kadavi as Dijon Reeves absolutely brings the fight. Jakob Kadavi on a strange line through there. Look at Dijon Reeves right up into the side of Jakob Kadavi. This end vitally important. Dijon Reeves wanting to punctuate the end of that run, but Jakob Kadavi holds it together across the line. Look at that contact there. That is absolutely going to be the defining talking point of the second half of this run. Dijon Reeves definitely with the error in that first part of the run, firing into clip 6 and 7 with that under rotation at the front end, and in this run sending it super hard into that outer zone and just getting too wrapped up in clip 2 with Jakob Kadavi is a huge question here. Who is at fault? Was that excessive decel by Jakob Kadavi? Was it Dijon Reeves just getting too excited, too much speed in that car, too much send, just too much? We wait for the judges' scores to drop in. They're going to be deliberating over this one. Contacting the decel zones is always difficult. That's one vote for Jakob Kadavi from Bobby Hill. I know people in the chat focusing on that contact in the decel zone, the tyre drop. I can see where people are talking about that. But don't forget, oh no, look, it is a split result so far. If Octavian Chelarou says one more time it doesn't get any more split than that, I can understand where each of these drivers are coming from. Chris Ennis thinking it was too much with that wheel drop and the excessive decel, but it's gone to Jakob Kadavi. Octavian Chelarou disagreeing, thinking that there were just too many errors. Yes, there was that error from Jakob Kadavi, and that might have caused the contact, but there was still that massive understeer from Dijon Reeves in the lead position, and in the end that is enough to overturn it. Jakob Kadavi takes down Dijon Reeves in the top 16. Jakob Kadavi will now meet Connor Christensen in the Great 8, and as I get these scores and these positions sorted for you, this is the bracket as it now sits. What a set of battles we've had so far. Austin Zalewski making his way past a Formula Drift driver in Christopher Lykup to take on Mark Pretty now in the Great 8. Mustafa Amini versus Brandon Gardner. That is worthy of a final. That is a phenomenal battle. In fact, all of these battles are final worthy. Every single one of these 8 drivers taking on any other one of these 8 drivers would be a phenomenal final. Look at that. Mustafa Amini, Brandon Gardner, Alexander Yegard versus Daryl Diaz. That is a really serious fight there. And Connor Christensen, who wants to stay in the hunt for the championship, against Jakob Kadavi. What a set of battles we have for you here. 8 drivers coming onto the server. Things will speed up even quicker now. We are going straight through into our Great 8. We are not going to hold it up. We are not going to slow things down. I'm excited. You're excited. Other people are probably excited somewhere in the world, but that's not relevant to drifting right now. What is that these guys are in the hunt for a VDC license. Daryl Diaz is your current points leader, and he wants the clean sweep. Daryl Diaz wants to turn up in VDC knowing that he won every single event put in front of him to get there. He wants to rock up and have people scared of him straight away. The likes of Alan Hines do not get easily rattled. Alan Hines will know what Daryl Diaz is like. He will know that he is a strong competitor. He will have his number right from the start, but Daryl Diaz has got to turn up and make a statement, and that statement starts with him getting 3 wins out of 3 events if he can this week. To do that, he has got to get through second place qualifier Alexander Yegard in the 3rd battle of our Great 8. Is he going to be able to do that? He's also got to take down Austin Zalewski, number 1 qualifier, who is on an absolute tear this week and has been looking super consistent, and Mustafa Amini. Maybe Mark Pretty, maybe Brandon Gardner, could be anyone from Connor Christensen and Jakob Kadavi, but first of all, Daryl Diaz has got to get past Alexander Yegard. Austin Zalewski, Mark Pretty, that's the battle next. Let's get straight into it. It's time for the Great 8. Austin Zalewski getting ready to come up to the line. Mark Pretty will be thrilled to have made it this far. Is Mark Pretty going to be able to go any further, though? That is the question. Austin Zalewski has looked phenomenal right from the first run of this event all the way through until now. He has undoubtedly been putting down the hardest party so far on this track. Scorpidorp in the chat. Goal to make the top 16 has been successful. Next mission, make the top 8. The Rampage, my mistake in the lead, Chase Air. I'm just happy to get out of top 32. Motivation for next round. Dude, you were driving brilliantly. Everyone has been driving brilliantly. There has not been a single bad battle from this top 32. Every single one has been amazing. And here we go for another one. Austin Zalewski to lead in Mark Pretty. Austin Zalewski goes for that flick. Mark Pretty is right there. The S14.9 coming up onto the door of that 2JZ powered RPS 13. It's Hero Car versus Hero Car once again. Has Mark Pretty got enough in the tank of that James Dean replica wagon to keep up with Austin Zalewski, who is once again on that brilliant qualifying line that he has been showing us right from his first run yesterday? Look at this from both drivers as Mark Pretty sends it hard into the side of Austin Zalewski. That is not going to earn him any friends from the man in the lead position. As we come back to the replay, you can see it's a slower run. Austin Zalewski using that angle in the car, keeping it wound back, gets the angle, gets the clipping point. He does not need the excess speed. He knows that Mark Pretty's a fast driver, but using this angle to keep everything under control allows Austin Zalewski to control the pace. And this transition here could be the defining moment of this battle as Austin Zalewski rotates, gets back on the throttle, and then Mark Pretty is in him. This is not what we want to see in those decel zones, but you can just tell Mark Pretty is desperate to get that proximity. He knows Austin Zalewski is going to be all over him in this section. Croatian Drift Alliance car models are sick. Thank you very much. That's what we like to hear. We've tried very, very hard. It's been a work of almost 2 years to get this pack to the standard it is at now. And that S14.9, the James Dean car driven by Mark Pretty in this situation out in front, is one of the best cars that we've ever driven in any pack. And I'm not saying that just because it's ours. This is a phenomenal run from Mark Pretty on that lead line. But look at Austin Zalewski. Austin Zalewski has got his number absolutely down. Austin Zalewski reading this situation perfectly, sends it up the inside of Mark Pretty onto that inside edge. Look at Austin Zalewski getting everything wrapped up nicely into that transition. This is where it all went wrong for Mark Pretty in the chase position, and Austin Zalewski also making contact into that section, but in that later part, it's not the decel. Who will that be on? Austin Zalewski back on the power, getting up into the door of Mark Pretty. Not a perfect run from either driver. We're starting to see the wheels come off the wagon a little bit. These guys sending as hard as they can. They want this license. These guys need this place in the VDC. They know that it is as hard as it's ever going to be right now. This is the bare minimum standard that they will have to drive. The step up to the Virtual Drift Championship is another league again, but these guys are showing that they may well have it in them to do it. What a fantastic battle that was. Yukita Bellap, thank you for the like. Welcome along. As we go back to the judges' scores. 2 former colonies, 1 winner, and that winner is going to be Austin Zalewski of the United States. Mark Pretty finally coming up against someone that was just too much for him. Congratulations to Mark Pretty, making it all the way to the Great 8. Phenomenal driving from him, but Austin Zalewski makes the second Final Four of the last 2 rounds for him. He gets all the way through to the Final Four again. He was looking really strong last time out at Three Sisters. Is he going to be able to take it through? As we move on, Mustafa Amini comes up to the line. He is going to be taking on Brandon Gardner. 2JZ versus 2JZ. RPS 13 versus GT86. This is a hell of a fight. Croatian Drift Alliance, how many rounds till the end? We've got the remainder of this round and then 1 more round. The championship will be decided in 2 weeks' time. Maybe one of these guys will lift it as Mustafa Amini comes off the line in that RPS 13, goes for the flick, but look at Brandon Gardner. He's right there, all up in Mustafa Amini's business. Brandon Gardner wants this. His little balloon of joy is still inflated as he comes firing through here. Brandon Gardner sends it up the inside, but Mustafa Amini on that beautiful line. GTEX Games, thank you for the follow as you join us. Mustafa Amini of Saudi Arabia leading in Brandon Gardner of the USA as they come firing into this inside zone at 7. Mustafa Amini on a lovely line, but Brandon Gardner's using that angle and that massive amount of side bite in that GT86 to get all up in his business. Let's go straight back to that replay. Mustafa Amini on that nice outside line, very, very smooth. We know he's a silky smooth driver. Croatian Drift Alliance, thank you for the follow. Well, great to have you guys here. And we see here they come through That incredibly challenging section with the big decel, and then another big transition to that decel. Mustafa Amini keeping that pace nicely in check, but Brandon Gardner had his number all the way through there. As we go back to the start, Brandon Gardner, now our lead driver in that yellow GT86, being chased by Mustafa Amini, who wants this so badly. They're off the line. The dildo of destiny goes green for them. Anders Unger, the start line marshal, sends the cars. It is go time. Mustafa Amini must get past Brandon Gardner to keep his hopes of lifting the championship alive. He's in with a chance of that VDC license still, but he has had some hiccups in the top 32 in the past. But this is nice from Mustafa Amini as Brandon Gardner pushes to the wall. Look at this from Brandon Gardner as he goes a little bit deep. There's a wobble from Brandon Gardner. Is that going to be enough to swing the pendulum back towards Mustafa Amini as Mustafa Amini rotates hard onto the door of Brandon Gardner into that final section? Do we have a winner? Oh my word, I just don't know. What an exciting battle from these two guys. GTX Games, thank you for the host. Look at these guys go at it. Mustafa Amini wants this so badly, firing into this final zone. But this is where it might be the start of the end for Brandon Gardner at this round of competition. He has been looking so good all the way through, but that's the wobble. That's him getting stuck onto that outside line, doesn't manage to get himself rotated in. Whatever the reason for it, that is a mistake from Brandon Gardner. And is it an event-ending one? Let's go to the judges and have a look. Sliding left for Mustafa Amini, sliding right for Brandon Gardner. That little balloon that's not quite visible off the top of the screen on his profile picture, his little balloon of hope. Is it going to remain inflated, or has Mustafa Amini just burst it for Brandon Gardner? Was that tyre drop enough? It looks like it was for Chris Ennis. It's unanimous. Mustafa Amini ends Brandon Gardner's run at this event. Mustafa Amini takes it through to the final four. We will be seeing Mustafa Amini at least twice more, as he will take on Austin Zalewski. Now that is a battle I cannot wait to see. We're going straight over to the other side of the bracket. Alexander Jaegard is coming down to the line. Let's move straight on to this. Alexander Jaegard versus Daryl Diaz. Every one of these battles has championship implications. What a phenomenal set of battles we've had so far. That Mustafa Amini Brandon Gardner battle. Brandon Gardner finally feeling the pressure. It's been such a pleasure watching him drive over the last few weeks. We will see him again in 2 weeks' time as we come off the line. Alexander Jaegard in the lead position, and this is Daryl Diaz, your current championship leader, initiating almost alongside him. Look at that from Daryl Diaz. He does not want to get left behind here. He knows he's on the back foot, all because of that first qualifying run that saw him down in the 60s with that average in qualifying score, only bringing him up into the top 8 for the end of qualifying. But this is the Daryl Diaz of old. This is the Daryl Diaz we've been waiting to see, and it's an Alexander Jaegard on a rampage as well. You cannot chase like this without a great lead, and look at Alexander Jaegard, and Daryl Diaz is right in him. He's right there with him. What a phenomenal run. Shane Calder, thank you for the follow. Look at this. You join us as things are getting real exciting here. Gentlemen and ladies, place your bets on who you're going to see in the final. One of these drivers could be your round winner. Who do you think has got it? Was there a little bit of contact almost in that decel zone from Daryl Diaz, or was it perfectly judged and just Alexander Jaegard trying to get that all under control? We go back. We're switching them around. Alexander Jaegard will now chase in Daryl Diaz. We know that Daryl Diaz has been phenomenal in that S14.9 all season long. He is a man on a mission. He's after that VDC license. He wants the Grip Royal wheel, the custom one-off, only this season, never to be repeated version of that Grip Royal wheel. But Alexander Jaegard stands in his way right now, and Alexander Jaegard knows he can lean on absolutely onto Daryl Diaz, because Daryl Diaz is on form, and an on-form driver with another on-form driver makes for an amazing battle. And look at that dive from Alexander Jaegard. He is bringing the fight all the way to Daryl Diaz. This is the Alexander Jaegard that we have come to see. What a fight from both of these guys. Omards95, thank you for the follow. This is some amazing driving. Look at these guys going at it. This is as good as it gets, folks. Some of the best in the world going toe-to-toe in cars as realistic as we can possibly make them, as used by James Dean himself for his practice on his sim rig. This is his S14.9 in the hands of Daryl Diaz, being chased by Alexander Yegard in the Stefan Stefanov replica car. These are two replica cars from real life at high level championships, being driven as hard as you can, toe to toe, Sweden versus Puerto Rico. That is amazing. What brilliant driving from both of these guys. It could go either way. It could go one more time. Are we going to see these guys go at it again? Do you think there's a winner? Who do you think it is, folks? Let's see as we wait for the judges' scores to slot in. Not perfect runs, but very, very close. And oh, it's an upset. That is the upset. We can confirm that Alexander Yegard has taken down your current points leader. Alexander Yegard moves on to the final four, knocking out championship leader Daryl Diaz. Alexander Yegard just found an extra gear in that chase position. Beautiful runs from both drivers, but where was Alexander Yegard hiding that chase? That was phenomenal from him. As we move on, I confirm we don't yet know whether it is unanimous. Octavian Chelarou has not yet put his result in, but Alexander Yegard has made it through to the final four. Who will he face? Connor Christensen or Jakob Kadavi, as Connor Christensen comes to the line. And it is unanimous. Just to confirm, that is unanimous. Daryl Diaz knocked out by an incredibly on-form Alexander Yegard as we come back to the line. Phenomenal battle, guys. Worthy of a final. As we go to this next battle, the last battle of your Great Eight. Connor Christensen. If he can make it to the final four, that has serious championship implications. He will close in on Daryl Diaz, but first he has to get past Jakob Kadavi. S14.9 versus E92, two James Dean cars, although the E92 is sporting that N54 engine. It is the most powerful car in this pack as he comes firing up onto that rear quarter of Connor Christensen. Connor Christensen finding all of the right places to put that S14.9 as he launches it onto the wall. Jakob Kadavi not got an answer for that middle section as he finally manages to get back into the fight in the D-cell. Jakob Kadavi about a car's width away, now surging up onto the door. This D-cell crucial. Jakob Kadavi, that's it. That's how you want to punctuate that run right at the end. Bring the fight, bring the heat. Remember your name. That is it. What a phenomenal battle we're seeing here. This is so exciting. It does not get better than this. Drifting doesn't get more exciting than the top 32 battles that we have seen today. They have all been phenomenal. And here, Jakob Kadavi, seeing he'd lost that ground a little bit, finds a whole nother realm for his own self as he comes into that final corner. Look at the way he punctuated that run at the end there. Jakob Kadavi determined not to let this get away from him. Jakob Kadavi now in the lead position. Connor Christensen in the chase. The lights go green on the dildo of destiny. Jakob Kadavi launches off the line. He is a man on a mission. He wants that E92 to be fighting for a podium spot. He wants that VDC license himself as Connor Christensen hits the inside curb. Connor Christensen makes the mistake on initiation. That is a massive error from Connor Christensen. Potentially run-ending error from Connor Christensen as Jakob Kadavi shrugs it off. That big E92 able to take the hits and keep on slugging as Connor Christensen knows he's got to now overcome his own error. And look at it, he's trying to get into that rear boxy quarter of the E92, and there he is into the door, but the gap opens back up. It's another error from Connor Christensen. Do we have a winner? Is that another big upset in the Great Eight? That error from Connor Christensen, he gets that car wheeling, hits that inside curb as he goes for that initiation, just not able to stop the car surging forward as he went for that first section. That is the first error that we have seen from Connor Christensen all weekend long, and it is very possibly going to end his march towards the podium. Has Jakob Kadavi got this? This battle, the pendulum has swung both ways. We wait for the battle results to drop in. Sliding left for Connor Christensen, sliding right for Jakob Kadavi. Unanimously Connor Christensen. All three of our judges give that to Connor Christensen. Well, this is why I'm not judging today. Our judges have access to all of that telemetry. They must know something that I could not see with my naked eye. I know we get some confusing outcomes, but they will have an absolute reason for that. What I'd like to do, if I can get hold of one, let's see if we can drop in on the judges' chat. Hello gentlemen, hello, you are live. I just wanted to come to you because that is one of those ones that from the outside is going to look like a really controversial opinion. So just while we now know the shape of our final four, can we just come to you and get the reason for the outcome between Connor Christensen and Jakub Kadavi, please?
If you watch the smoke trail of Jakub going into the first corner, the smoke stops just before the contact, where he'd lifted off. And that's not a decel zone, unfortunately.
So
Okay.
we ascertain fault for contact on lead because of the smoke trail, as well as loss of angle and obvious loss of momentum.
Brilliant.
But
Thank you very
amazing
much,
run,
guys.
Apart from that.
No, that's great.
Thank you,
Just
man.
wanted to come to you to see, because from what I was looking at, I didn't see that, and I don't want to commentate and have people think that we're giving it away. So thank you very much. We will leave you to it. We'll see you at the end of the finals. See you soon. So that's it, folks. Judges saying that despite the fact that Connor Christensen got airborne there and then had to make that correction at the point of contact coming into clip 2, there was a correction from Jakub Kadavi, which means that that contact was then still at his fault. So that is understandable. Let's go on to that. It means that this is our bracket. We now know our final four. We are ready for the last few battles of the day. And that is going to be one hell of a fight as Austin Zalewski takes on Mustafa Amini next. Alexander Jaegaard versus Connor Christensen. This now for a place in the final. Are we going to see that hallowed moment of first and second qualifiers meeting in the final for the great showdown of the day? Or can Mustafa Amini upset the wagon for Austin Zalewski? Or maybe Connor Christensen can put too much pressure on to Alexander Jaegaard? That is what we're waiting for now. As we come back, we are not going to stop the action. We're going to roll straight on through into it. Austin Zalewski is next. He is going to be taking on Mustafa Amini in that all RPS 13 2JZ battle to get through to the final. On the other side of the bracket, we're going to see the battle between S14.9 and GT86. 2Js all round. It is an all 2JZ powered final four as we see Alexander Jaegaard take on Connor Christensen. RPS 13 versus RPS 13 on one side of the bracket, and GT86 versus S14.9 replica on the other side of the bracket. Incredibly exciting. We are ready to roll straight on into it. Austin Zalewski versus Mustafa Amini is next. Let's get right back to it as we get back to the action for the final four. Helps if I press the button, doesn't it? I'm trying to read the stuff. There we go. Bye. This is what I mean. Sometimes the Stream Deck is just a little bit less than reliable. But we're here. We're going into this final four. Just while we're waiting for these guys to come up to the start line. I'm just going to do this. Remind you of what is coming up. That is right. There is 2 weeks left until our final round. We are here at Sekia Hills for round 3 at the moment of our Global Drift Challenge event, the Pro Series feeding into the Virtual Drift Championship. We have our final 4 ready to go, and as Unger, our start line marshal, there in the semaphore, that what's become known by the drivers as the dildo of destiny. When you can't see it, you can't go, you get your score zeroed out. It is very unfortunate, very unpleasant for all of them, but here we are. This is everything now on the line for our drivers, trying to get into that final section of the event. Austin Zalewski taking on Mustafa Amini, and on the other side of the bracket, Alexander Yegard to take on Connor Christensen, getting through on that last battle. Really fantastic work by all of these drivers. It is so exciting to see this play out. We were just having an issue there. One of our judges, Bobby Hill, he's been having a couple of ping issues. We were just waiting for that to stabilise. All looks good now. We are getting back to it. As you can see, Anders Unger relocate himself. That is actually a car underneath. It's drivable. You can go and have fun with it yourselves. It is truly ludicrous. And here we go. We are going straight onto this now. It seems like we are ready. I can hear cars moving around in the background. Let's get to it. Austin Zalewski's coming up to the line. This is your final 4. This is for a place in the final. Winning this battle guarantees you a place on the podium. Unlike Formula Drift, we do have a third, fourth face-off after both parts of the the final 4. We will be having that third, fourth face-off, and then the final is the last battle of the evening. But that is all yet to come right now. Austin Zalewski versus Mustafa Amini. 2JZ versus 2JZ. RPS 13 versus RPS 13. These guys in identical Stefan Stefanov replica cars with those differing liveries. I know they're running different setups underneath because we've seen the way they move is so totally different. Mustafa Amini trying to keep up with Austin Zalewski, who has looked so consistent. These are surely our 2 most consistent drivers of the championship battling so far. And look at this line from Austin Zalewski. It's metronomic. Every time he goes out, he puts down the same run on this track, and it has been fantastic to watch. It's like an algorithm playing out as we see Austin Zalewski dive onto the outside, but Mustafa Amini's right there. Mustafa Amini doing everything you could possibly ask for him in that chase position. The white shadow to Austin Zalewski's dark car as Mustafa Amini sends it all the way up into that inside edge. What a phenomenal run from these guys. Look at this run. Mustafa Amini just losing out a little bit in that first decel zone, but then gets right back up into it and coming into the second and third parts of the course. Absolutely sends it up the inside edge here. A beautiful transition from Mustafa Amini. Austin Zalewski only able to allow this because of a fantastic lead run. You do not get chases like this without lead runs like that. That is fantastic to see. As we go back to it, Mustafa Amini will now lead. Austin Zalewski in the chase position. Mustafa Amini in that white and red S13 on the left-hand side of your screens. Austin Zalewski in the grey, black and red car on the line now in that chase position. Mustafa Amini knows he's got to find something special, runs right to the outside edge, basically cue balls himself along that outside edge, dropping one wheel just over but staying on the tarmac. No trip to the sand pit for him. In fact, no one so far has gone off into that sand pit. It's been phenomenal to see all of our drivers doing this, but look at that. Now Austin Zalewski right up in Mustafa Amini's business. This is an almost carbon copy second half of the battle. Who had the best first half though? As we go back to the replay, do we have a winner? Look at this from Mustafa Amini. Drops that tyre, running the line as much as you possibly can through there. Really phenomenal work from him. As Austin Zalewski gets all up in his business into this last section. Now going through this transition. Beautiful work from both of them. What a phenomenal battle. That was worthy of a final, but then we've just had final worthy battles pretty much all the way through. Coming up on your screens now, those battle results. On the subject of finals, one of these drivers is going to the final. Sliding left for Austin Zalewski of the USA. Sliding right for Mustafa Amini of Saudi Arabia. Staying right in that middle to rerun the fun and do a one more time. Make them go at it again. Our judges taking their time to deliberate on this. They want to make sure they get this right. Finals are big deals. The points on the line for this are a big deal. The license at the end is a big deal. And we've got a winner. We have got a winner and it's unanimous. It's Austin Zalewski making it through to another final. Austin Zalewski will be in the final. One half of our first and second qualifiers has made it through to the final. Will we see him face Alexander Yegard? That is yet to come. Mustafa Amini goes into the third, fourth face-off. He won't be sad about that though. It's still great championship points to be having another fight for that podium. But right now, we're going back to it. Alexander Yegard will lead in first as we go for the second half of the final four. Alexander Yegard to lead in Connor Christensen. Connor Christensen, I was wrong earlier. I keep on thinking that Alexander Yegard's in the GT86 because he used to use them in our weekly competition so regularly, but he's been in that RPS 13. Are we going to see an all RPS 13 2JZ podium, or is Connor Christensen going to be able to stop that run? Connor Christensen comes off the line a little bit late. Alexander Yegard's got it absolutely hooked up. This is for the place in the final. Alexander Yegard on a phenomenal 9, but Connor Christensen knows Alexander Yegard's good through here. He's able to absolutely lean on him through that section. Phenomenal line from Connor Christensen up into that chase position. Jakob, good to have you in the chat. Great event today in your comment. Also see you in 2 weeks. See you in 2 weeks, Jakob. Fantastic having you here as we see Connor Christensen struggling to stay in behind Alexander Yegard as Alexander Yegard takes so much speed out of that car into that final section, and Connor Christensen right up into the door, pushing as hard as he can to get up into the business of Alexander Yegard. They're phenomenal chase driving, but that lead from Alexander Yegard, once again we're seeing these guys just throw down the exact same run every single time. Look at that from Alexander Yegard in the lead position. Has Connor Christensen got enough left in the tank after this long weekend, these long events? Is there enough there for him to get through this? Not as clean in the chase position as we have seen. Connor Christensen must now do the lead. Is that S14.9 fast enough to cause Alexander Yegard a headache here? Final battle of the final four. They're under starters' orders. The dildo of destiny goes green. Connor Christensen comes off the line, absolutely hammered down, determined to break away from Alexander Yegard. Gets that flick initiation, not as deep into one as Connor Christensen would have liked, but Alexander Yegard having to shallow up to get into him. Connor Christensen very, very fast on that wide outside line. Beautiful from him through there, but Alexander Yegard is all up in his business. Look at that from Alexander Yegard. Just a little bit of a drop back during that transition, but now he's there again. He's right up onto the edge. Connor Christensen under pressure. Alexander Yegard nudging him, pushing him all the way off clip 7 there. Alexander Yegard brings it up into the door. That's more contact, more aggression. Oh my word, what are we seeing? Look at this from these guys here. Connor Christensen sends it in through that transition. But this is where it potentially all starts to come undone. Has Alexander Yegard just undone all the good work he did? Contact 1, 2, 3. Then he goes for the transition and he's into his business again. That's 4 and is it 5 across the line? No, it's not quite 5 across the line, but that is a lot of contact from from Alexander Yegard on Connor Christensen in the last part of that battle. However, Connor Christensen, if you remember, in that chase position, unable to keep the car at the same kind of angle as Alexander Yegard did in that chase slot just there. This is going to be a tough one. I can see this going again. I can see a one more time in our imminent horizon. This is so difficult for our judges to see here. What are we going to have happen? As we wait for the scores to slot into place. Mustafa Amini in the chat making a very good point. Our final 4 drivers are our top 4 qualifiers. It is not often that you see that. Normally there's an upset on the way, but these 4 drivers making it all the way through to the final 4. Are we going to see qualifying position podium? That would be something I don't think I've seen in a very, very long time. We're still waiting, deliberation from these judges, waiting for that to slot into space. It's a one more time from Chris Ennis. It's a one more time. They're going at it again. We're going to rerun the fun. Errors from both drivers in that final section mean they've got to go toe-to-toe all over again from the top. One more time for a place in the final. Let's rerun the fun as we go back to it. I can understand that from the judges. I'm not even going to ask them why. Alexander Jaegaard must now go toe-to-toe with Connor Christensen one more time from the top. It is go time for that place in the final. They are lining up. Connor Christensen now in that teal S14.9 knows he's got to not repeat those mistakes. Alexander Jaegaard knows that the judges will now punish him for leaning on the door through that whole final section. When it's bumping him out of the way, it is too much of a contact. Real aggression there. These guys want it so hard for that final position. As the light goes green on the Dildo of Destiny, they're off the line. Connor Christensen not getting left behind as much this time. Is he going to be able to keep the proximity into turn 1? Look at Connor Christensen slot in onto Alexander Jaegaard. Just running that inside curve again, and Alexander Jaegaard gets right out onto that outside edge. Drops a wheel onto the sand pit there, but Connor Christensen right with him. Makes that transition now into that pocket of Alexander Jaegaard, who is on a beautiful line yet again through this middle section. Now we come into the section of the track that caused them both problems last time. Less of an issue this time for Connor Christensen, who's right up in the pocket of Alexander Jaegaard. That big decel zone, nicely done by both drivers and across the line. Wow. This is a battle and a half. This is as good as it gets. Look at that, just a little bit wide from Alexander Jaegaard. So that's a mistake against one of the drivers, but Connor Christensen reading it, measuring it, adjusting his line accordingly, just managing to keep the car on track. Could have been a bigger error from him. As we see them come into this final section, Connor Christensen measuring the slowdown from Alexander Jaegaard really nicely there. As they come into this final corner, look at this dive onto the inside edge. Connor Christensen winding the angle back on as he gets up into the pocket of Alexander Jaegaard. Connor Christensen to lead now, Alexander Jaegaard to chase. Do we have a winner? One more run to find out whether we've got our finalists sorted. This half of the battle and then 2 more battles to go. They're under starters orders, and Unger has control. Our start line marshal and driver wrangler. Here we go. The lights are coming on. The lights are green. Clearly the judges wanted you to discuss something about that before the run started. But look at Alexander Jaegaard right up onto the inside edge of Connor Christensen from the word go. Inside that door pretty much. He wants this. He is desperate to get onto the podium. He wants that chance to defeat Austin Zalewski in the final. Sending it up the inside. A nice line from Connor Christensen. Gets cleanly onto that inside edge. But look at Alexander Jaegaard right there. The blue shadow to Connor Christensen's every move. Alexander Jaegaard, has he done enough after that error in run 1? Wow, this one more time. We could watch this again. I am excited for just drifting. I'm just hyped. I'm having a great time. This is as good as you'll ever see drifting get. Right up in the pocket of each other. 2 great drivers going toe to toe, fighting it out. Evenly balanced machinery, evenly balanced drivers on a track that's got a bit of everything. Fast corners into big decels, into big accelerations, into more big decels. What a phenomenal run to see. Alexander Jaegaard in the chat saying board slide bonus points, right? Well, gentlemen, I enjoyed every second of that. I know the people watching at home did as well. This has been one hell of a competition to watch so far. The question is now, who is making it through to the final? Who is taking home tonight's trophy, or at least going for a chance at it? Sliding left for Alexander Jaegard of Sweden, sliding right for Connor Christensen of the United States, staying right where they are for us to rerun the fun all over again. I don't know if I've got it in me to watch another rerun as Connor Christensen gets the win. Connor Christensen! Is it unanimous? Yes, it is. Connor Christensen gets the win. That error from Alexander Jaegard costing him that place in the final. Just sent it that fraction too hard into turn one as he came through. I think he knew it. That board slide points comment is the kind of self-deprecation you come up with when you know that your mistake has just cost you the place you wanted so badly. Connor Christensen will go on. He will not be up next. Connor Christensen will be facing Austin Zalewski in the final. It is not an all RPS 13 final. First, we must go to Alexander Jaegard leading in Mustafa Amini. Second and fourth facing off against each other. After all of that, Renjiro, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Good to have you here. After all of that, we go for it again. This is it. Connor Christensen made it through to the finals and taking down Alexander Jaegard. We will not be getting the results of this on your screens. I will be confirming that they have a result, but you will not be seeing the result until we announce the final podium as Alexander Jaegard sends it in, but he almost goes wide again, the tiniest of bumps. But look at Mustafa Amini. Mustafa Amini on another level in that chase position. RPS 13 versus RPS 13. 2J versus 2J as Mustafa Amini all up in the business of Alexander Jaegard, and he sends it. Alexander Jaegard unable to break away, but Mustafa Amini too tight. Ended up too tight in as Alexander Jaegard followed that line, flowed out to that outside edge, powering into this final section. A little lunge from Mustafa Amini as they get into this last section. You can see we join them just as they come through to three. A slower run than normal from Alexander Jaegard as they come up into this section. Look at this transition. Alexander Jaegard onto the outside line. Nice from him. Mustafa Amini in a good position there, but this is where the wheels come off the wagon for Mustafa Amini. He doesn't angle up enough. He ends up tight, nudging into Alexander Jaegard, and then this transition, another little contact there. The aggression, the desperation to put the pressure on so much in this final section as Mustafa Amini comes off the start line in the lead position now, goes for that flick initiation. Mustafa Amini in the white RPS 13 in the lead position, hammer down all the way through this section, not quite as wide as we'd like to see him there. Is the pressure finally getting to the young Saudi Arabian as he goes through this transition? There's Alexander Jaegard, the Swede in the background. This is such a great face-off in this third, fourth playoff. Look at the dive from Alexander Jaegard on that transition, and then there's contact anyway. But that was a huge slowdown from Mustafa Amini as Alexander Jaegard gets all up into it. Alexander Jaegard right up into the edge of Mustafa Amini as Mustafa Amini very tight across that final section. You can hear these guys doing donuts in the background, tooting their horns. They are very happy. We will not announce the winner just yet. All we will announce is whether we have a winner or not. If we do not have a winner, we will be going one more time. Our judges will still use the slider, which I have access to separately to yourselves, and we will be looking to see whether we have a winner as we go back across. Just waiting now. Oh, I can tell you that there is a vote for one more time. I'm waiting for two more votes to drop in off screen. if we have a winner, we will not be telling you who it is at this time. If we are going again, you will know straight away. It is at one more time. We're going to rerun the fun. They're going at it again. Errors from both drivers threw that away. We are going to see another fight between our playoff drivers. Oh my word. The excitement just never stops. Alexander Yegard, Mustafa Amini, one of the best battles of the night so far in terms of the balance of the cars. And we see them do it all over again. We will not be going to the final just yet. This is phenomenal stuff from both of these drivers. Here we go. Rerun the fun one more time for the third, fourth playoff. Alexander Yegard in the blue RPS 13, Mustafa Amini in the white one on the right hand side of your screens. Sweden versus Saudi Arabia. Here we go. This one is for the podium and for all of the championship points that entails. The light goes green. Anders Unger in control of that semaphore sends the drivers one last time for this playoff. Look at Alexander Yegard. He has got that line down. Is he going too wide there? No, he's not. Look at him slot into that outside line beautifully. But it's allowed Mustafa Amini right up into it. Mustafa Amini on the even wider line coming through that outside zone. Now they come back up into the transition. This is where the wagon came apart for both of them in the first half of this battle before they did the one more time. But it's a much nicer run through here now as Mustafa Amini sends it in. Look at the proximity from Mustafa Amini as they cross the line. That's phenomenal stuff. Go back to the replay. Look how much faster these cars are this time through. We joined them much earlier on. Mustafa Amini all up in that rear quarter of Alexander Yegard. I can hear the horns tooting in the background. They're revving their cars. They are having a fantastic time, and this is when you always get the best battles, when the drivers are having a fantastic time and they can go at it again and enjoy each other's company, enjoy each other's driving, and enjoy putting on a show for you, the people at home. As we go back to the start line, we are ready to roll. It is now Mustafa Amini to lead in on the left hand side of your screens. The right hand lane as they are looking at it. White car for Mustafa Amini, blue car for Alexander Yegard. They want this, they're keyed up, the horns are tooting, they're ready. This is for the podium. They're under starters orders, and as Unger has control. Is this the last time we see these two run tonight? Listen to how keyed up they are. The judges clearly just wanting to make a decision on something quickly. This is it, the lights are coming on. They are bouncing off the rev limit, ready to go. The excitement from both of these guys. They're having a fantastic time as Mustafa Amini goes for that flick, but Alexander Yegard's right there. Little bit of separation this time as Mustafa Amini goes for the board slide instead. The exact thing that cost Alexander Yegard his place in the final. Mustafa Amini is now done in the one more time battle as Mustafa Amini's on that beautiful outside line, but Alexander Yegard all up in his business there. Do we have a winner as Alexander Yegard surges onto the inside? He's got to make this last section mistake free so that we don't get it swing back the other way, and as I say that, he does. They're round, they're across the line, tooting their horns as they go. These guys are so keyed up. Phenomenal driving from these guys. As we go back to it, we've just missed that board slide from Mustafa Amini, but look at this from Alexander Yegard. The gap opens up. Mustafa Amini has found another whole realm to ascend to with his driving in this section. It's just that one mistake might be enough to cost him his place on the podium. Do we have a result? That is the only question that matters right now, or are we sending these guys at it for a third time? I'm looking at the results right now, waiting for them to drop into place. This is the big question. Are we done? Is this it? Is it over? Or are we going at it again? Gamal Sulaksono, thank you very much for the like. Good to have you here. Rise on the chat. Insane driving. It is insane driving, man. This is phenomenal. This is what we came to see. This is why we think we are going to be sending some great drivers up into the Virtual Drift Championship. I can confirm that we have a winner from the third, fourth playoff. We have a winner. So we will now be moving on to the final. The winner will be announced when we get all of these guys round to the front of the track to announce your podium at the end of the event. But that means now we can move on. It is final time. Austin Zalewski, Connor Christensen, your first and third place qualifiers. Round 3, TGDC Pro Final. Sekia Hills, one more round to go in 2 weeks after this. Championship implications on the line here as Austin Zalewski comes off the line in the lead position. In that chase position, Connor Christensen in that S14.9, and Connor Christensen gets into the side of Austin Zalewski early on. That might be it all over as Austin Zalewski gets onto the outside line. Connor Christensen went maximum send. OTM Tandem, thank you for the follow. As Connor Christensen gets right back up into the fight, he is determined to punctuate this with a win. He really wants to take down Austin Zalewski. This is going to be a new winner for the first time this season. Daryl Diaz having won both the other events, but Daryl Diaz knocked out earlier on as we see them come across the line. Let's go back to that replay. What a phenomenal run. We didn't see that contact in the replay, but Connor Christensen getting into the side of Austin Zalewski between clips 1 and 2. Now that is a full throttle zone. So was Connor Christensen at too low an angle, or was Austin Zalewski slow for some reason through that first section? It's going to be down to the judges to decide. We've got to find out, because this is for the final. This is it. They've got one more run left to go. This is for the top step on the podium today. They are back on the start line. Connor Christensen now to lead. Austin Zalewski in the chase position. Levowin Sideways, thank you very much for the follow. Good to have you here. They are lined up. This is it. This is for all the marbles. This is for the top step. The light goes green. Austin Zalewski chasing in Connor Christensen. Connor Christensen getting that car hooked up. Who was off throttle? Who was at fault for that contact in the first run? Austin Zalewski staying right up with Connor Christensen. Look at this run from both of these guys. Your first and third place qualifiers from yesterday. Diving up onto the inside comes Connor Christensen. Comes Austin Zalewski on Connor Christensen. Connor Christensen got the hammer down. This is it. He knows there was an error in the first run. He doesn't yet know who's apportioned blame. It is going to be so interesting to see. I think we do have a winner here, but Austin Zalewski determined to punctuate it with that phenomenal chase run. Look at this from Austin Zalewski all the way through. Austin Zalewski bringing the heat right up into that quarter and onto that door. Every single transition, Connor Christensen trying to break away, and Austin Zalewski is right there. This is a man on a mission. He wants that license. You can hear them doing donuts in the background as we wait to see whether the judges have made a decision. That is a phenomenal final. You could see the pressure coming onto both of those guys as we watched them do those donuts in the background. You could see the pressure in that first run. Whoever was at fault, that was the pressure getting to them. An all USA final, an all OTM final. Austin Zalewski versus Connor Christensen. These guys have come to win. They want this. They drive together a lot. They are ready to throw down again if we ask. Will it be OMT for OTM yet again? Waiting for their results to drop in. I am looking at the scores off screen. I can tell you that we do indeed have a winner. We do have a winner. We are going to get all of the drivers down to the start line. We are going to bring all of those drivers down. Bear with us right now as we get those drivers down to the start line before we announce the winners today. I can tell you that we do have a winner from that final battle. We will not be going OMT with OTM this time round. All of our final four coming down to the bottom of the pit exit here. Thank you to everyone. Let's do this now while we're waiting for them to come down. Thank you to all of our sponsors, to Retro Speed Shop, to Eclipse Motorsport, to Virtual Drift Championship for this opportunity. Thank you to Grip Royal for providing the prizes. Thank you to everyone who's been involved. Thank you to Fiber Factory, Enemed Racing Fuels and Graham's Performance for supporting the Real Life Drift team. Thank you to all of the people who support us via the Patreon, and thank you very much to everyone at home for tuning in for this. These were your final four: Austin Zalewski, Alexander Jaegard, Connor Christensen and Mustafa Amini. And I can tell you now, the winner of the third, fourth playoff this time around is Alexander Jaegard, securing his first place, his first stand on the podium for the season so far. Congratulations to him. And in the face-off between Austin Zalewski and Connor Christensen, we have a winner. It is a driver from OTM in a Nissan with a 2JZ under the bonnet. I'm going maximum Jared Dienda for full effect here. Austin Zalewski gets the win. Connor Christensen in second place. Congratulations to them. What a phenomenal event that has been. Thank you so much to everyone for taking part. It's been a real pleasure having you here. Thank you to Anders Unger, our driver's start line marshal. We literally could not run these events without Anders. Thank you to Octavian Shelaroo. Thank you to Chris Ennis, and thank you to Bobby Hill for being with us on the judging panel. Thank you to all of you guys at home. What a phenomenal event that was, and thank you to all of our drivers. Congratulations to Austin Zalewski. It has been amazing. If you guys fancy supporting the drivers and helping us make this a better experience for them, then get yourselves over to tsujigiri.world, grab yourself some merchandise. We're not doing it for profit. We're pumping everything back into the quality of the experience for them and to run our real life drift team. Get yourselves onto the Patreon, get yourselves onto here, give us the likes, give us the subscribes, make sure you follow all of the drivers on their various social medias. Thank you so much for coming, and we will see you in 2 weeks time to find out the final event, who is our 2021 Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Pro champion, and who are the 16 people going to the Virtual Drift Championship later on this year. We will see you all in 2 weeks time. From me, Ben Somerville, here on an active volcano in New Zealand. It's been a pleasure having you here, and we will see you all next time. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you soon.